like a little sunshine. Got sand on your feet and a big bass line. Moving slow cause we've got time. Your sparkles out, party at mine. Check out the view, shades low. Started at 2, now we're good to go. Come to my party, all of your friends are here, and we're all smiling ear to ear. Come disappear. Let the love and sound surround you. 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 100 lives, a million ways. I'd take flight with our heels to ground. We move in sound. Stars are out and drinks flow. The girls play hard and the boys all know. Cocktail twist in a silver sun. You can text me later, room 501. Killer whips and a kick drum. Waste it away on sea, sun, sun. Midnight approaching, all of your friends are here, and we're all smiling ear to ear. Come disappear. Let the love and sound surround you. 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 100 lives, a million ways. Let the love and sound surround you. Joy-filled eyes with a lost and found. 100 lives, a better fate. I'd take flight with our heels to ground. We move in sound.
"12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling now. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the bell like a king. Heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No,
Keep myself in the dark, shadows watching over me, over me. You flicked the switch, made a spark. From then on, I wore my heart upon my sleeve. With you, I bear all the scars. I was left with paper skin. You let me in. A different home, broken start. Baby, where do I begin? I begin. Rising up, we touch the sky. Won't be promising that I won't ever let you fall. We could build a love 10 stories high if we played a game, just you and I. Oh, whoa, like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey, you found me after the fire, like a diamond in the rough. We're strong enough, raising the beds, pushing higher, risking everything for us. It's all for us. Rising up, we touch the sky. Won't be promising that I won't ever let you fall. We could build a love 10 stories high if we played a game, just you and I. Whoa, like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey, keep rising up just to fall down. 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 Down. We could build a love 10 stories high if we played a game, just you and I. Whoa, like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey,
Hello once again and welcome to EPT Retro. It does what it says on the tin. We are taking a retrospective look at the early years of the European Poker Tour, looking at mid-2000s poker with 2020 vision. I am James Hartigan and the beard in the box belongs to Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, and James, this is still weird.
It is, Joe. We live in strange times. I was going to ask, actually, how you doing?
I can't tell you.
We've reached that point where it's no longer possible to judge how we're feeling anymore.
You know what I was going to say is I was going to put this out there on Twitter, but I'll say it here. I think that we kind of joked a little bit about the mental toll this was going to take on some people, and now it's actually coming true. And myself included, all I'm going to say is be nice to the people in your life today.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to do that a little bit more the same because I've been a little snarky too.
Yeah.
So I think that we could all use like an extra double dose of be niceness right now.
But you raise a good point, Joe. This is strange, and obviously this is a very unconventional broadcast for us. No live poker events running around the world at the moment, but we didn't want to abandon live streaming. We still wanted to provide some entertainment. We wanted to provide that much-needed distraction as everyone is stuck at home looking for something to do. And it's been fun. If you have just discovered these streams, by the way, I'm afraid you've already missed 2004, 2005, and 2006. We're going to kick off today with the first event from 2007. Before we get to that, we have to salute Joe for multiple reasons. Number one, you're looking particularly American today. And I'm just going to let that hang there. No judgment. I'll let you infer whether that's a compliment or not. But you are clearly a master of many trades. You stream poker, you stream cooking, and you stream more poker.
That is correct. I've been streaming a lot. There's been a lot of me. Sorry in advance because there's no end in sight.
Well, I, for one, have been enjoying the additional content. I hope you're enjoying this as well. We're, of course, doing the Poker in the Ears podcast every week as well, which you can find on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, SoundCloud, etc., etc. So, EPT Season 3. Last week, we took you to the end of Dublin, and that took us to the end of 2006. So now we are in January 2007, and we're in the city of Copenhagen. And when we covered the first few seasons, Joe, I think I said a few times that it's a stop on the tour I really miss. And when Lex Veldhouse joined us last week, he said he regrets those trips to Copenhagen when he never left the hotel, just played poker in the casino and never saw the city. And ironically, it was only my last ever trip to Copenhagen, the last time the EPT visited the city in 2012, that I actually left the hotel and got to see the city. I'm so glad I did because it's a beautiful place. One day I hope the EPT can go back. For now, we can relive the glory years and relive this event when it did used to take place. Now, the other thing we discussed last week is the way in which we're seeing more and more American pros coming over. We have a bona fide celebrity in this event. Sadly, I think he was eliminated before the cameras started rolling. Bear in mind, this
James,
is the first...
You know that I'm a total star bleeper. I need to know who it is.
And this is a good one. Bear in mind, this is the first EPT after the release of the Bond movie, Casino Royale. The poker-playing villain in that movie was Danish, Mads Mikkelsen, and he rocked up to EPT Copenhagen in Season 3.
He, the chief.
The chief himself.
The chief.
I wonder how many comments he had to endure about whether he was going to start bleeding from his eye or whether his full house was going to get run down by a straight flush.
Well, the good news is he wasn't in London, right? So maybe in Copenhagen, people just leave him alone.
I would hope so.
That feels like an English person thing to do.
So sadly, I don't think there is any Mads Mikkelsen in the show. Sorry to overpromise and underdeliver. However, talking about the American pros coming over, I remember when they saw the list of online qualifiers, and bear in mind most of the Americans who were coming to EPTs were still winning their seats on Stars, there was one online qualifier whose name leapt out, TJ Cloutier, who somehow won a package to EPT Copenhagen. So understandably, when he made it into the top 100, there was every reason to put him on the main stage, to put him on our first feature table as we kick off the action here. So just to give you the key facts and figures, this event was played in mid-January 2007, 400 entries, nice even number. The buy-in around the €5,000 mark, 37,500 Danish kroner, a prize pool of 13.8 million kroner, a min cash of 41,000, which was around 7,000 US dollars. We'll do the conversions into dollars when we talk about payouts, so you have a vague idea of what we're talking about. Without further ado, let's get to our first table, our first show, the first episode of Copenhagen, all the way back in Season 3. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 200 ante.
James, I'm so glad you didn't say without further adieu. I know you never would, but it's like a fear I live with constantly that someone's going to say no further adieu. So then I'll have to correct them.
Well, now I'm tempted to do it. Ewan Jones from Wales has opened with pocket sevens. This is Martin Horecki making his first appearance on the EPT. There is TJ.
Online qualifier, TJ. Thank you.
And I'm sure
Young kids.
that he and his backers will be thrilled to know that, to the best of my knowledge, the casino in Copenhagen does not have a dice pit. So the call here by Harrison Williams with the pocket threes. And it is a 9-8-7 flop. So a set for Jones. Williams with the 3-high flush draw.
Well, that didn't take long. See someone blasting away with the worst of it. For some reason, I don't hate it. It's probably terrible. I don't know. Seems like something I would do, though. Just into the almost nuts, also.
is going to raise. 25. The raise is another 25,000.
Well, what's confusing me here, Joe, is that in previous events, the blue chips were worth 5,000 each. Clearly, that's not the case in Copenhagen.
My brain's having to readjust to how the pods are calculated and everything.
I'm not bluffing on telly.
Williams folds the threes. He was not bluffing. Set of sevens is good. Always coming 7. Even back in 2007.
I love time traveling with you, James.
Joe, time to slap at the base man. As we check on the chip leaders in this event, it is the Balrog who sits at the top of the leaderboard. Jan
Come on.
with
Did you guys do this to me as a
182k.
prank?
Roy Brindley
that
is third on the leaderboard. Who's in second place, Joe?
S my cock.
Simon Mycock, second in chips right now.
Oh my God! I just thank you. Thanks for that. It's the little things about the job, you know. Hey, Martin. Used to come in and do some commentary with us.
Yeah, obviously, later on he will become a PokerStars ambassador, sponsored by a different site at this stage in his career.
There are no other sites play on PokerStars.
Horecki opening with 8-6 of diamonds. And remember that the graphics at this point demonstrate the size of the raise, not the size of the total bet. And TJ Cloutier is all in with ace-king.
James, I'm genuinely tickled to be watching a TJ Cloutier hand. This is a real treat.
Teacher went all in. Steve small blind pass. Comes to close. Big blind pass. And back to Martin.
How much is it? Like 30,000?
About 40.
Oh, I see him touch his nose. I think that was an old school tell right there.
And even though have to call syndrome was still a thing in 2007, Horecki can get away from the 8-6.
That was a respectful. That was I respect. Oh, TJ. James, want to feel old?
Please do.
In this EPT, TJ Cloutier is 90.
I just think it's absolutely amazing that he won a package on Stars and featured on the EPT TV shows. It's not something anyone would ever have expected.
I'm so sick of these young internet wizards coming over from America. TJ Cloutier.
So this is Christopher Sonesson from Sweden with the sevens. And this is a re-raise from TJ, who's got queens.
Is this Mark Telcher or not?
That is not Mark Telcher.
That is weird.
10-8, that goes in the muck. So round to the big blind. Pocket jacks.
Oh boy. That face is exactly appropriate. This is the correct amount to be stressed out here and sick. This was raise, re-raise?
Correct.
Man, people used to, like TJ Cloutier, right? Like, he's not... Folds, excellent. Yes, this is where I was trying to get to. TJ is not like a crazy person. He's just a solid poker player. And he comes from an era where you didn't if you like 3-bet and you didn't have queens, you'd get thrown out of the casino.
Back in the day, I read TJ's book, which I believe is the same book that Jim McManus read before he made his deep run in the World Series in 2000. I love the way he always shows.
You have tens? Jacks? I thought you might have tens or jacks. I'm saying, come on. If it took you that long, I'm saying, come on.
On the one hand, I want to say he's probably not giving away much by showing his hands because his hands are kind of face up anyway.
Blinds have gone to 1,500, 3,000 with a 300 ante.
Like everyone put him on queens and then he showed queens.
So this is a button raise from Harrison Williams. Makes it 5K. Sorry, raises by 5K. So this is a raise to 8,000. I love the fact that
not be weird.
I just explained how the graphics work and then failed to actually interpret them correctly myself.
It's hard. Math is hard.
And bear in mind that for the last 10 years, I've been used to a situation where the number I see on my screen is the size of the total bet.
James, I can't even remember the bet once it disappears, let alone figure out the math on what the raise is.
Okay, well, this is spicy. We got top pair against a straight draw. Action has been checked to the pre-flop aggressor. And Harrison Williams continues for 15,000.
Sure, why not? I think you can get action from a 10 or a 7. You're going to get a lot of action.
That 7 to a spade, huh?
Hands are... Oh, he just folds the open-ender. Okay.
Folds the open-ended draw plus the backdoor flush draw. Tight is right, question mark?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know his whole chip stack and situation.
Yeah, no one really cared about that back then.
No. Plus, even if I did know that information, I probably still wouldn't know. But I get to use it, that excuse at the moment.
Same blind level. Action on Jones. King 9 of clubs. Doesn't want to play that in early position. Oretsky's out. 10-8 for Sonnerson.
I wonder when people start playing 10-8. That's going to be happening soon. Everybody loves 10-8 now.
So it's been folded around to Klaus Nielsen. Morning, Klaus. And he's just going to call with the 10-9.
I'm pretty sure I almost called that guy Klaus Nielsen by accident. That's how much he looks like a Klaus Nielsen.
Harrison Williams has verbally announced raise. He's in the small blind here. He's got pocket sixes. And then we've got King, Queen in the big blind. This is basically the poor guy who gets tortured every time he's in the big blind.
So stressed out. And everyone's going to think he's the guy that just acts stressed out and doesn't really have a decision, but he's had a legitimate decision twice now.
Once again, he elects to fold. And yes, Supermax, I should have mentioned at the top of the show that Nick Walsh, OP Poker Nick, will be joining us in the next 30 minutes or so as we continue this.
Not too busy playing Call of Duty, according to Turka.
Yeah, as we continue our stroll down memory lane on the EPT. 6 is still good.
But Nielsen is loading up with no pair. Barely a draw. I was leaning toward calling it no draw.
16,800.
Okie dokie, this is, yes.
Klaus bets 16,800.
This is one of my favorite moves, James. I don't know what it was called then, but now we refer to it as a punt.
It's the virtual all-in because I believe he's left himself a single chip, which is sat atop his hold cards. Oh no, he's got some back. This is still the era where people stack their chips either side of their hole card cameras, making it almost impossible to keep track of whose chips are whose and how much anyone has at any given time.
And the real reason it wasn't known as a punt back then was because it did work sometimes. It worked a lot, but now
No, it's only on one side.
you would get snapped with 2 6s like a Thanksgiving wishbone.
Did you see that?
It's finding on TV later, right?
You had
Harrison Williams asked, did you have it? And Klaus Nielsen nodded and confidently went, yeah.
I did not see that, and I trampled over it, and I apologize. They didn't tell me they were going to say something fun.
Ah, morning, Klaus.
What is that?
It's from a coffee advert from the 1980s. Okay, he gets to open the action this time. Still stressed to the eyeballs.
I'm happy for him, though. Come on, buddy. You've been waiting. This is your moment.
Jensen
Screw
opens
it up.
with a big raise with ace-king.
That, you know what? That tracks. That's what all super nervous players do. Huge raises with ace king and with jacks. That's why he was so stressed out with the jacks before.
And now he's facing an all-in from Horetsky, and this is genuinely a situation where you have to call.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
Yes.
There it is. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no.
always going to call.
No. Don't do it to him.
Marcin all in with king jack.
James, are they going to do it to him?
Playing against ace king.
Horetsky is the at-risk player and is dominated. You got a bad feeling about this one?
Yeah. Oh.
With good reason.
Marcin flops 2 pairs, kings and jacks.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, now he's
Knew he shouldn't
sweating.
have called.
With an ace, still in front, 2 pairs.
He's like, I knew it. I'm never calling with ace king ever again.
7, Marcin doubles through.
A double up for Horetsky, and stressed out Jensen is now thinking, should have played jacks, should have played the king-queen.
I'm glad I didn't know this about Marcin when he was in commentary with me. I would have never let him live that down. How dare you, sir?
Pocket
Really
eights for TJ. So 10,000 total, 3 and a bit times the big blind raise.
I'll raise again.
Well, that's a novel way of saying re-raise.
18,000 raise.
I'm going to use that from now on. I'll raise again.
Understandably, with pocket aces.
How much you re-raise you on?
18.
Oh boy. Oh, Tej. James, what if we started calling all re-raises raise-agains?
I'll allow it. Bear in mind, 3-bet has not been invented yet.
Blues back there?
Yeah.
Wow, he didn't do it. I don't know if that's only impressive for the time, just because I'm used to seeing everyone going absolutely insane, but yay, good fold.
Twice I've laid him down now today.
You sure that's not Mark Telcher?
I'm 100% certain. In fact, he bears only a passing, and I emphasize the word in bold underline, passing resemblance to Mark Telcher.
Because there couldn't be two Mark Telchers in a tournament ever, right? Like, that would never happen.
This is a raise from Harrison Williams with pocket fours. He's got the sailboats, remember. Nicknames still very much in vogue in the mid-2000s.
I love Sandwich has made me put a smile on my face.
Oh dear, Jensen stressed out again, but folds this time. Pretty short. Pocket jacks for Ewan Jones.
You know, that's one thing that hasn't changed, James, is the jacks. The way people feel about them.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's been consistent throughout
Absolutely.
history.
So it's a raise again.
I just hope they haven't
Big
got a
old
heartbeat
raise
monitor
again.
on me. What's that? I just hope they haven't got a heartbeat monitor on me.
And again, if we go back to the mid-2000s, many poker TV shows thought that heart monitors would be an amazing idea and would give you an insight into people's reactions to situations and hands. All it proved is that 99% of poker players were chronically unfit.
Obese, obese, obese. Good move. James, if you'd asked me if he wanted a fold or a call there, I would have said yes.
How high?
Like, I don't know if that table talk was meant to get a call or a fold, but it worked.
Sevens again. And this will be Harrison Williams opening with a raise. Ace
Oh,
Queen
boy.
for our stressed out friend. Jensen all in.
He's made peace with it, James.
Round to Nielsen. Morning, Klaus.
I've never even seen the commercial, but I love it. Oh boy.
Okay, this is an interesting move with still a player to act behind. Oh, no, sorry. Jensen called all in there. He only had 8.5 behind.
Yeah.
So we've got side action here. 10-5 deuce on the flop.
Guys, don't do it to him again.
Williams all in. Nielsen now regretting not reshoving pre.
Bad play from you.
Not only is the thing he did pre-flop wrong, the thing he thinks he should have done is also wrong.
I should have moved all in before you. I'm pretty sure I had you. I'm full. No, I didn't.
Okay, I don't have anything against Harrison Williams, but I really feel that Jensen deserves one here. So please, can we have an ace or a queen?
Yeah.
And it can't be the ace or queen of spades. Oh.
Poor guy. He's like a grown-up Morty.
Which means we have a new player at the feature table. Nick Slade.
Oh, is he a guy? Do you know him?
He was at the final table of Dublin.
I like this game a lot. He gets a lot of.
Which was the last event we covered, where Roland de Wolf ran so pure and combined with his unfiltered aggression, he made mincemeat of the rest of the table.
He just looks like a character.
So.
Well, this is a raise to 7K from Ewan Jones.
What do you got here, man? King Jack? I remember that when you sucked down on that guy with King Jack. That was awesome. What?
So it's round to TJ in the big blind. He's posted some of those cherry Bakewell tart chips.
It's just a hand I don't stand raises with, so take it down.
Deuces. They never loses.
No.
And that will be raise and take it for Jones.
That is crazy.
We're
He
still,
folded a pair.
I know, and we're still getting raise and take it hands. Make the TV edit.
But maybe that is somewhat out of the ordinary because someone folded a pair. I'm glad that that's on film. Also, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's crazy by today's standards.
So round to Marcin Horetsky. And he's going to raise with ace-king.
I raise.
And TJ is going to raise again with kings.
Cowboys for Cloutier. A raise again.
We saw Horetsky blast off with King Jack. Surely he's going to do the same here with Ace King.
But, like, look at TJ's reps so far, right? Like, he just always has it, like 100% of the time. He had queens last time he did this. So I don't think Horetsky's going to get away from it. But he might be the one guy at the table you can fold Ace King to, based on the 3-hand sample size.
I mean, look, if he passes here, if we're playing results and looking at with cards up, it's an inspired fold.
Exactly. I mean, someone folded sevens to him before, right? He's shown every time so far.
You're way behind.
Hey! Dude, tell me if we were going to make a highlight reel, it wouldn't have TJ just going, you're way behind and flicking the kings like that. Like, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Good lay down, too. Because that's the one hand I hate to have against that one and two aces, obviously. But I don't want that hand against me because if he hits the ace, the kings are short.
See? People actually wanted ace-king to fold there.
Pretty sure
and I understand that.
I'm pretty sure that line, by the way, is from page 78 of his book.
Do you know it that well?
Slade. We mentioned last week when we covered Dublin that Slade was the name of a character in The Cincinnati Kid, played by Rip Torn. This is Nick Slade from the UK, opening with the queens. Oh, re-raise from TJ. I can't see Slade being pushed off queens here, even though TJ's got aces.
Not only has he always had it, he's always had it more than the last time he had it, which is really hard to do.
You got left?
Oh,
25,
yeah.
34, 44, about 50,000, a little more.
Slade's never getting away from queens. Yeah.
All in and a call, and TJ is the at-risk player, but is a commanding favorite here.
All-in player. TJ, you have aces. Nick, you have queens. TJ is the all-in player.
This was an era that if you didn't go broke here and get it in with queens, your friends would make fun of you for being too tight.
And the top comes. Deuce, 7, jack.
Jack high flop. Ace is now a 92% favorite.
Even though you're playing against a complete rock, like almost a literal rock.
Looks like the double up is coming for TJ. Just has to fade a queen on the river. He's good.
Did you like to see aces hold there?
Especially when it's a legend like TJ Cloutier. Online qualifier, TJ Cloutier. And here are the chip leaders at this point in the game. Cloutier now third in chips behind Limburg and Richard Toth from Hungary, who's got more than 182k. Plenty of locals in the top 10, including Mickey Peterson. Now, worth pointing out that we are now at 44 players. We're close to the bubble because 40 are going to get paid in this event, and we have a new lineup at the feature table. New cast on the main stage. We have got an EPT champion, the guy who won London in season 1, John Shipley, who's pretty short with 27k. And Roy the Boy Brinley, voice of many a poker show from that era.
That's awesome.
Two, 4 blinds now. Action on Shipley.
John Shipley, not Jim Shipley from the same era.
Well, this
Who's this DKK guy who has all the high scores?
is Ingmar Johnson opening here with Jack 10. And look, Theo's back. We've already seen him make a final table on the EPT.
Such a stud.
Here he is on the bubble in Copenhagen.
Johnson.
That's a re-raise with King 10. I'm impressed, by the way, that someone managed to find some green gaffer tape.
Right? They're like, hey, look, we're going to make you cover it up, but it's going to look nice.
See Elke at the outer tables as we come back to the main stage. Ace King suited this time for Johnson.
Johnson.
Raises to 12,000. 3 times the big blind. Roy Brindley on the button.
Oh, boy.
And he
Roy
is going
oh, boy.
to
Brindley.
re-raise to 34K. Worth reminding everyone that we're very close to the bubble, which should be factoring into people's decisions right now.
Keyword should.
44. 44.
Ace Queen suited is just so good, though. Are those all his chips?
Yeah.
Just that pile. Okay, yeah, you can see trying to put some pressure on this kid.
Brindley trying to put him to a decision for all of his chips. Now, I
can't pass. Go.
No, absolutely. He's priced in, has to call, and we'll see that he is dominated. But queens, hearts, working for him.
Okay, and the call. Ingemar Odin playing against Roy. Showdown ace. Roy shows ace queen of hearts. Ingemar
Domination Nation. The first of the nation.
ace queen of hearts for Roy. Odin having ace king of spades for Ingemar. Here's the call.
Johnson, the at-risk player,
Three of spades.
but will be pretty happy with that flop. Top. Let's have the heart on the turn for the sweat, please.
Don't even, James. Don't even. Thank you.
Boring. And that will be the double up for Ingemar Johnson.
We like it when the best hand wins. Also, he's probably a lovely guy. I just tend to root against people with nicknames.
Well, you're going to be rooting against a lot of players during the early seasons of the tour because everyone had a nickname. Theo the Hat Jorgensen.
No, come on.
Well, he's just not wearing the hat right now. I'm pretty sure he puts it on later on in the event.
Oh, that bucket hat, right?
Yeah.
Your story might check out, but you're suspect.
Still says 44.
All in with Kojak.
Shipley ships.
Ace 5 of diamonds on the button. We're near the bubble, right?
Yes, very close to the bubble.
This seems like a call you don't have to make if you're on the bubble. I don't know. Is he in danger of being all in the blinds? I don't think so. Oh, but there's antes every hand in this. I forgot.
Correct.
Check out this guy's sunglasses with. James, I can't.
This is Alexandre Poulain, who has called Shipley's all in, and we are off to the races. Flipping that coin, King Jack against nines.
I didn't even have a flip ready. Distracted by those laser guided sunglasses.
Well, this is looking good for John Shipley. The former EPT champ has paired his king. Just has to fade a 9 now. No additional outs for Poulain. Shipley doubles up on the bubble of EPT 3 Copenhagen. This event played in January of 2007 as we provide a new perspective on more classic poker here on EPT Retro.
James, I've got a great flip teed up for the next one. A great 2000 flip.
I was going to say, what if there isn't another flip in this show? But then I remembered. No limit hold'em. Roy, the boy, opens with
Roy
ace
raised to
jack.
15,000.
Okay, buttons. What's it going to be?
Oh yeah, more like lack of buttons. That V is as deep as his stack. That's a comically deep V, James. I don't even know what to say about it. I can't take my eyes off of it. Please put your raise again out there so we can move on.
Mark calls on the button
just a call.
15,000.
It's Mark Peterson from Sweden,
John pass.
who flats with the ace queen.
No decision to make.
So Brinley finds himself dominated again. King high flop. Brinley checks.
I have no idea how to play these sorts of hands in the present day when I'm playing. So it'd be fun to watch these guys. You're just like, why couldn't I have hit a pair? Why is this, everything so hard?
Yeah.
And I guess that's how you're supposed to do it. That seems fine. That worked. I mean, you know, he did have the best hand, but who cares? I think you're pretty happy to win it right there. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, Joe, you may have an issue with poker players with nicknames, but here we are going to sweat with the boy. We're going to play this hand from Roy Brinley's perspective.
Please tell me the boy plays against the hat. Like I said, he seems like a lovely guy, and I liked him not going crazy with the ace jack there. Wanted to give a little credit for that.
Colin Ogden limps.
It's gonna be a limp pot. Awesome. We don't get to do these.
Johnson on the button. Folds. There we go. The hat is in the small blind.
Okay, good.
He completes. And we are going to see a free flop with king, queen off.
So I probably would have put a raise out there, but okay, here we go to the flop.
Gut shot.
Now, this is exactly the kind of hand that reinforces not raising here. Pre-flop. Because you're like, oh, okay, well, if I had raised like someone here probably has an ace, I'd just be losing more money now. Even though we know that thinking is somewhat flawed now.
I'm suspicious of Ogden's pre-flop limp, and I don't like this. And now we get a raise from Theo, and this is surely a pretty easy fold. Yep.
20,000.
Are we still playing this from Roy Brinley's perspective? Are we going to play through the streets without knowing what anyone had?
I mean, but this is hilarious. So now we really are playing from his perspective, where we're like just waiting for the hand to be over so we can see if we did the right thing or not.
Yeah. Thomas Kremser being informed that we've lost a player from one of the outer tables. We're getting ever closer to the money.
It's weird how not used I am to doing cards down poker anymore, James.
Okay, we're going to see the hands. Ogden folds. Eights. Theo with 5 deuce.
And that is why you raise the king queen. You raise the king queen, the 5 deuce folds, the 8s are bluffed out with a continuation bet in the flop. Come on, guys. I'm trying to imagine for what reason that was determined it had to be a sweat with the boy hand. He folds on the flop.
Ingmar Johnson raises to 12,000 with king 6 of spades. And it's round to John Shipley in the big blind, who has ace 9.
Don't do it.
Come on.
Oh, now we have to make another Shipley joke. That's the only reason I was saying don't do it.
No joke, although his nickname was John Ship It to John Shipley.
No, come on. I can't tell if is that serious or
Of
not.
course it's not serious.
Oh, thank God. James, nothing would surprise me. There's a guy whose nickname is Aces, James. Nothing would surprise me.
Easy now, John.
John Ship It to John Shipley.
That's not easy. Easy would have been limping.
Raises with ace king.
Very easy would have been folding.
Folding, that's easy.
I like Colin Ogden.
He looks like an action movie star.
Theo the Hat Jorgensen has 7s. I'm guessing we were out of brown gaffer tape that day.
Yeah, unless he wanted it yellow. Why wouldn't you just turn it around? Seven's still good. Theo checks and gives a look that says, I'm not going to fold.
And now
And the seven's no longer any good.
Shipley pairs his ace, and I think something's kicking off at the outer tables. As Theo folds that bet on the turn.
Hey, James. Theo's hat gets the Robert Ross stamp of approval.
It's been a long time since we've had that stamp of approval, and the reason for the applause is someone's just busted in 41st place. We're down to 40. We're now in the money in this event. Everyone's locked up at least 41,500 Danish kroner, which is around 7,000 US dollars.
As I've often said, James, and meant every single time, now's when the real poker starts.
Blind still 2,000, 4,000. Still have the same lineup at the feature table.
Basically, what James is saying is when we get to the money, welcome to the part of the show where the decisions become even more baffling.
Now, normally, and when I say normally, I'm talking from a modern perspective.
Yeah.
Once you get past the bubble, that's where you want to maybe tighten up, because there'll be a lot of people just going for it. Now they're guaranteed a min cash. Roy Brindley, however, is going to pile on the pressure here with 5-4 off.
And I think that, you know, a common rationale back then was, now's when I can play for the win, right? Spin it up.
Yeah.
And people still obviously try to spin it up, but
Second class, you know.
You made an amazing pass for you. Last time you re-raised me, I gave you a lot of respect.
Thank you.
and so like going broke with 5-4 there is like the hero's death instead of just being patient.
Is that a raise and take it?
Yes, the first one was, yeah. The last one, I mean.
Okay, so Brindley now has aces. Oh, I see. So we've established that he's being active at the table and he's being aggressive. So now, when he raises with aces, now he's going to get action. Probably from ace-8.
I mean, he just raised the previous hand. You can't fold this.
Come on, Colin. Stick it in his eye.
Raise again, over the top. No.
Oh, you have to show.
Shows a pair of aces.
Happy days. Oh, we're half tempted, but thankfully not enough.
3/4 tempted, I'd have been very happy.
Yeah.
Så kan du få lov til at slippe. Så han er nede bare? Hvad? Den er procenter nede bare? Nå. Ja, den var ikke stor nok. Den var ikke stor nok? Jeg regner med, når jeg nu tager den her. Ja, så tror jeg, så kan du godt forklare. Så er vi ved at være i, er vi ikke? Jo, samtidig med, at du giver ham nogle skillinger, det skal være samme sekund. Ja, det er klart. Ja, samtidig. Ja, det er klart. Det skal være i eufori. Ja, samtidig, og så siger det er det. Ja.
Colin Ogden.
James, I'm not going to lie. I can't understand a word of what they're saying.
They're discussing whether to have dinner at Blue Elephant in the basement, whether to go across the road to get a hot dog from the petrol station, or whether to cross the bridge to a proper restaurant.
I've heard a story about these hot dogs, haven't I?
They were legendary. Okay, so Colin Ogden finds himself in a hand with 6-3 against Alan Nilausen's King Queen. And somehow Ogden has flopped a draw.
Come on.
And certainly should be able to get Nilausen off this hand with some bold aggression. He's the hero we deserve. Ogden.
I like him.
Colin Ogden. I hope we see him in the next show.
So Turco weighing in that apparently the conversation was so boring that if someone translated, they would have said, "Why did you have this translated?" So there it is.
Sounds about right. Chip leaders at this point in the game with everyone in the money. Cloutier still among the big stacks. Second in chips behind Richard Toth. Mike Cox still in the top 5, as is Elke, with fewer than 40 players remaining in the...
James, in the next episode, are we going to see Mike Cox?
I can't make any guarantees. I can't promise. It might be a bit too early in the day. You might want to save that for a bit later on. Certainly when you don't want the kids to be watching when that happens. So we will push on with our coverage of Copenhagen. Now, just to give my own personal perspective on this, again, we're at a point in time where I wasn't going to the events, Joe, because there were no live streams. My involvement with the tour was very much during post-production, just doing the commentary on the TV shows. But as I mentioned last week, when I first got involved with the EPT and when I was first hired to do TV shows in Season 3, Colin Murray was still very much the main presenter, the main host of those TV shows, the main voice. And I was just doing the events that he was unable to do. I was kind of his backup, his fill-in person. So I had been contracted to do London, Baden, and Deauville, and Colin was going to do the rest. Now, Deauville didn't happen in Season 3. Suddenly, France became a market where it looked like there was going to be regulation. There was going to be the licensing of .fr licenses handed out by the French authorities. So all of the gaming operators went dark in France while they were applying for official licenses. So the Deauville event was cancelled. And I'm sure you still have this to this day when you're a freelancer and you have this expectation of work and this expectation of income. It's a major blow, both to your ego and also to your wallet to have to lose work at the last minute.
Especially right in the beginning when you're not used to this happening. Like you get that deal and you're like, hey, this is it. We're good to go now. And then you're like, oh, no, we're not.
And so I thought, okay, so I only get to do 2 events. And then something weird happened. I was playing poker, which I didn't do a lot of in 2007, and I was actually playing in a private game which was the launch of the Poker Million in London, back in the day when it was sponsored by Ladbrokes. And I was playing at a table with sports stars, including Steve Davis, and I got a phone call, and Colin Murray had been invited to take part in Celebrity Fame Academy for Comic Relief, a celebrity version of a reality show. Fame Academy was like a kind of Voice, X Factor, American Idol type show. And Colin was due to do the commentary for EPT Copenhagen on the Monday. This was a Friday, and it's like, yeah, so Colin's not available. Can you do it? And, of course, part of me wanted to be like, well, I'm going to have to check my schedule, and obviously we're going to have to review my fee. But, of course, I just went, yep, I'm available.
Went, yes, Daddy.
And so I stepped in.
I know it well.
And yes, I ended up voicing these shows. So the bizarre thing is, I have seen these shows before, but as with the stuff we did last week, zero recollection of any of the hands, of any of the players, of any of the results. It's almost like I'm seeing it for the first time. My recollection of what I saw and did 13 years ago is just as bad as your recollection of what you did 13 hours ago.
Yes, finally, we've got a level playing field.
Exactly. So a reminder that we are looking back at events from the second half of Season 3 of the European Poker Tour. We did the early events last week. Today, it's about Copenhagen, and then it's about Dortmund. At this point in time, we have fewer than 40 players remaining, 38 players remaining in this event, and we are going to play down to the final table. Good point to introduce our guest commentator for the day. OP Poker Nick is in the house. Nick Walsh, welcome.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me, guys.
Hey, Nick.
Nick, I'm intrigued. Before we get into this, what was your first experience with the EPT? Obviously, we've had Spraggy and Finton on the stream, and obviously they didn't discover poker until much later in the history of the tour, whereas Lex was around during the early days. We've had some cameo appearances from Mr. Veldhouse watching from the rail. When did you first know that this tour existed and first see a TV show or live stream?
I couldn't tell you. I'm really bad with dates, but I'm thinking it probably was around the same time I was in university, which was 2011, something like that. I don't know. I can't remember the exact date, but yeah, it was kind of
Nick seems so much older than me, but he's so much younger.
Is that what it is?
I hate it. Go on.
Yeah. No, anyway, I just remember seeing it on TV and being like, wow, that's pretty wild. This was also like at a time as well where people were still watching EPTs and WSOPs and those kinds of events and still thinking that they were betting, $8 million.
Yep.
They were still using dollar signs at the time and all that kind of jazz as well. So it was some time ago, but not wasn't that far in the past.
Sure, but clearly this is going to be new for you as we continue our coverage of this event. Copenhagen from Season 3. And as I mentioned, at this point in time, we've got 38 players remaining. Average stack is just over 100k. And clearly a new lineup at the feature table. Jan Sjarvik, who we saw finish third in London earlier this season. And a fresh-faced, fresh in inverted commas, Elke, Bertrand Grospellier. And also Richard Toth, who at this point in time is chip leader. What are the blinds? 3-6 with a 600 ante.
Shields up. Who do we got here? Wearing the pokerroom.com hoodie. I love it.
Wow, well spotted.
Ricky Nielsen. Kicking things off with A7. Actually folds around to Your dad who folds.
So what's the main thing you guys are picking up? I mean, you guys have done a couple episodes of EPT Retro at this point. What's the main thing that you guys have really been spotting that's just like, wow, this is just not a thing anymore?
Everyone is punting all of the time. Like it's a punting contest. Like seeing how far and wide you can punt is almost what's being measured here.
I mean,
But we
because
got Elke calling here the Rays of Nielsen. There he is, still known as Gros Pellier at that point. I remember being in meetings on a TV show being like, well, what do we put in the graphic? Do we put in Elke? We put in people's real names? And he's like, basically there had to be this like big meeting over what are they better known as? And Elke at a certain point crossed over into that. Check out the chip leaders for this point in the tournament. At our feature table, we got Richard Toth. He's leading the whole thing. That's pretty cool. TJ Cloutier looks like still in the tournament. Hopefully we get to see him again. And that was it. I got to cover him 1 and 2. That was good. Good job, Steve.
I'm blasting through it. Very nice. All right, looks like a full.
I didn't even get to my cock. Sorry.
I mean, you know, it's definitely probably fair to say that these days we have a lot more tools, etc., for studying poker and whatnot. Oh, we have an all-in with the Queen 4 of Hearts. But I mean, you know, surely even in those days, people would have some better idea of sort of ICM or, you know, whatever that meant back then. In those
You'd
days,
think
that was still
but
a
nope.
thing, right? The answer is no.
No, I'm not. I mean, look, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but no, the answer is no. Just wait till we get to the final table. You'll see.
Okay, nice
you got me
one.
out.
String call from Rasmussen.
He did announce his call, I think,
No,
or
I'm
all
just
in. And so yeah, they'll calculate this pot for the entire amount instead of the effective amount. There's some things that got better over the years. So Kerrigan hits his 4. He's got a couple of more outs now.
Oh, and a 4 in the turn.
Yeah, 3 4s. That's a good hand. Kerrigan double up unless it's a 10 on the river, and he does double up.
Very nice. Not too shabby. The old Queen 4 of Hearts.
I guess another 4 on the river he might have lost. No, I gave him quads. I think I said that right. I'm almost positive.
Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. We've got a couple people who are showing some love for yesterday's stream on the Central Channel. I appreciate you guys. It was a rough time, but we got through it together.
What's so rough about it?
Just to have like every situation I'm going, you know, guys, this is a spot as a professional player. I can tell you we're always going to be on with pocket 4s, and he's got jacks. Okay, cool, that's fine. Well, we're never going to fold ace king here, and he's got aces. And it's yeah, it was just one of those all day long. Couldn't put a foot right. It was, but you know, that's poker. It's all good.
So my guess is the chat pros must have been horrible. So what do? You go on the next day and you thank them?
No, actually, I was saying to a friend earlier today for almost to expose his cards. I was saying actually for some reason on my stream days, there's actually a relatively low frequency of chat pro versus the MTT players. I think because people seem to feel more entitled about their MTT prowess. I guess because more people, I guess it's a more prolific game. So everyone's always got an opinion on that. But when it comes to spins, I guess people don't speak out as much.
I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Nielsen with the ace king, trying to figure out what he's going to do here. Oh, what's happened here? So I'm assuming the ace king raised.
Yeah, and Elke's re-raising, or as we're calling it now, a raise again.
A raise again.
So that's a re-raise of 54,000 when you see that pop up.
I see. Oh, shade's coming off. Wants to look at his man. Back then, you could just take the measure of a man right there at the table.
It was all about the reads, all about rubbing your face, not really thinking about anything. And there it goes. And that was straight out of Rounders, which was straight out of the World Series of Poker. And we are flipping
He's really trying to get those chips across the line.
the sickest flip of all time. Like Superbad versus Juno. One of these two things from 2007 has the slight mathematical advantage.
Oh,
queen
right
in the window.
Right in the window. Doesn't. You're thinking of a flop. You glance over to see if your opponent has the ace diamonds or the king of diamonds.
Now, that does present some opportunities, but that does not happen. No chop. Elke wins the flip. He's gonna double up. Well, disgusting flips still happened back then.
It was still the classic. It's a classic flip, the ace king versus the queens, obviously. And it looks like they called it a classic for a reason. Here we are watching EPT Retro. Doesn't get much more classic than that. Looks like we got a new player coming to the table.
Way too many chips. Get that guy out of here. Holy cow.
One thing that I have been noticing since I've been popping in on the EPT retros is there seems to be a lot more camaraderie at the table these days. And maybe that's not the right term. A lot more table chat, I should say. A lot more showing. There was a pot that you guys did just before I came on where he was tabling aces and all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah. So, but I think as people's skills evolve, they also realize that like there was no benefit to chatting. You know, there's like a very small group of players who are like plus EV chatters at the table.
Right.
And these people, as mentioned, not all of them, but some of them are not thinking at all. And when you're not thinking at all, you can chat all the live long day.
Okay.
But
Okay.
now,
So here's a good question for you. Back then,
Sure.
when you guys were commentating this originally, were you thinking, "Wow, these guys are high level. These guys are high level right now," or what?
you'll
has
have to talk to James because I didn't do this commentary.
Okay.
And I didn't even become a commentator till like almost 2 full years after this.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
And I didn't get on the European Poker Tour until like 4 years after this.
What was your first commentary gig?
We do have, hold on one second, I'll get that in a second. We do have All In with 6-4 making a straight.
Against the
Very
Queens?
short stack. Nielsen gets it in with live cards and turns the Queens dead. So double up for Nielsen. Still
Yeah.
pretty short.
Some pretty sick pots here on this feature table.
So my first commentary was the big game in like 2009, and then my first on the EPT was the absolute last event of EPT season 7. So we're in season 3 now. So
Okay.
I'm 4 seasons away from even making a guest appearance. All right, big raise from Andy Getch.
Yetch. And it looks like a cooler is brewing here.
What's it gonna be for
22,800.
Ricky Nielsen? Doesn't have a ton of chips. Ace Queen suited. Yikes.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see with the ace queen suited. If you got aces, that's definitely what you want to see, though.
May shock you, but I'm gonna call.
It may shock you, but I'm going to call, he states.
It was almost a needle, but not really. I don't even know what that was.
Can't wait all day, right?
I've lost aces to ace 9 before.
Oh yeah? No, hold on. I want to hear more about how he lost ace 9 to ace 9. Oh
man.
no, ace 9.
Oh no,
would be
ace
queuing-
9. Ace 9 would have got there.
Yeah, it would be. Really?
I mean, it's you. Oh, that. I mean, that's just funny to see. I think that's definitely EPT retro level stuff right there. Chopportunities going to the river.
Tell me this guy. secreted himself into putting a chop on board here.
Oh, so close to the chop.
Very good.
I don't think the statement "one time I had my aces cracked by ace nine" has ever been uttered since in recent
That's
times.
how. But also, okay, so we can goof on the strategy of that, right? But it's also what made poker so beautiful back then was because it was so easy to qualify online
Yeah,
that you could have literally had seen so few hands in your life
right.
make it to an EPT.
Yeah.
Like that guy had aces cracked by ace nine once, and now he's playing in an EPT. Like, hallelujah.
Amen to that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was watching some EPT retro probably last week or something, and you were talking about sort of like the discovery that Ace King actually isn't that big of a favorite against any two random cards when not dominated, and
The
you know
live
like
cards revelation.
yeah, but you know I think everyone has that revelation at some point if they decide that they want to play poker, you know, in a meaningful way, right? We have an all-in from the King 8 of Hearts here.
Uh-oh. Is he going to get you?
Take the 6 in. Tell me what I got left.
What's that accent?
It sounds Canadian to me,
What is he talking about?
but he's listed as American.
Hey Joe, have I ever told you my joke about how Canada got named?
I would love to hear it.
No, I'm not gonna put you through it again.
What do you have, Cuse?
What do you got, buddy? He calls.
There we go. We're going to find out now.
Hey,
Wow.
diamonds and hearts.
Hold on. There's going to be a good joke here.
All
Do it.
black. All black cards.
What, the joke about Canada?
All black.
No, I want to be like, oh, you play that trash? Or nice hand and tap the table.
All black. Oops. Oops.
Ay, oh, my goodness.
Oh my lord.
Oh, that's so gross.
Wow.
Oh, my God. That's so gross. I have my hands over my mouth right now because I think I'm going to puke.
Queen of Hearts, please. Queen of Hearts, just to put that nail in the coffin. He's like, he ships the chips in the middle. He knows.
Sold.
Oh, there you go. Look at his face.
So gross.
You know, but I feel like just that little single interaction between those two men just there is on the same level as, hey, one time I had aces and they got cracked by ace nine. You know, it's that look at the amateur poker table when they glance at each other and they go, oh my God, we have the same hand. What are the chances of that? That never happens, you know.
I think that's pretty astute.
All right, ace three, no good. 4 or 5 off, probably going in the bin. I mean, was this guy ahead of his time with the stone facing? You know, was he?
No, I think he's your dad, and he's just a little irritated right now.
All right, making a raise there, ace queen off seems reasonable.
How many minutes into this show are we before we saw the first reasonable thing?
Where are we at, guys? What's the uptime on this? I can tell you. 1 sec.
Get my chips back from that guy. I'll tell you.
1 hour 35 minutes. All right,
Andy Getch might be my most favorite player of all time right now.
as of this moment.
Yeah.
As of this moment.
It's just crazy a talent like him isn't on the scene anymore. I mean, if he could make it, I don't know how good of an advertisement that is for poker.
All right, he peels the ace, queen off again. Seems to be a popular hand at this table. And he puts in some amount of chips. Raised to 14,000. And down at the ace king. This seems to be a popular setup on this table.
Set up TV table. Richard Toth. Also, I think repped the red spade at some point over the years.
Putting in a re-raise to 51,000. That is a huge, huge raise again, I should say.
Big time raise again from Richard Toth.
Yeah.
And he is up against Jan Shavik, the Balrog.
Jojo, I see what you're saying in the chat. It's 14,000 more. I understand. I understand the graphic now. So a reasonable 3-bet.
Don't take the tone too bad with JoJo when he says, well, actually, that's a bit from another broadcast I do, so. So it's Domination Nation, Shavik at risk. And Ace King, an even bigger favorite now.
Just gotta fade that queen.
Well, now he can chop it up, I guess.
7, deuce, or queen.
Hey.
Oh, there you go. Just like that, the double paired board strikes again.
That is a chop pot. And you know what they say, Nick Walsh?
Everybody loves a
Everyone
chop
loves a
pot.
chop pot.
Oh, see, there's a delay, guy. There's latency there. That was actually
don't-
overtly timed.
No. Hold on a second. I don't want to hear a word about the delay. You know why?
Why?
You said everybody loves a chop pot.
I see.
Now, I know there's a lot of lyrics in the song, Nick. I know it's a very long song with very complicated lyrics. Everyone loves a chop pot.
All right, I take it back. Latency all good. The funniest part about this is I think this is probably the least latent conversation we've ever had via the internet. All right, Ace King off here again.
Maybe this time it'll be good.
All right, raise
Nick,
11,000
I'm
more.
sorry about the tone I just took with you a second ago. I just said at the top of the broadcast that we're all under a lot of stress and we should cut each other some slack. And so I just want to say I'm sorry for shouting at you about how badly. Sorry. I'm sorry I shouted at you for the lyrics. And that was wrong of me.
I'm sorry I shouted at you for completely ruining this broadcast.
Your words, but if that's how you want to own it, I won't argue with you.
Hey, no, we got to keep each other in check, man. Keeping it profesh here.
Here we go. A 3-bet, otherwise known as a raise again today. A raise again.
A raise again. I'm imagining Ace King is not going to be fooling.
He is a little snake bit, but calling anyway. Once again, Domination Nation. Richard Toth, the big favorite. This is certainly not a Toth up. He is way out in front.
Ace King hasn't been performing too well on this table, though, so you never know. I think that's probably going through Toth's head as we speak. That's looking like a pretty clean flop, though. It's pretty hard to get out of that one.
He's hanging Toth.
Hanging tough. And that's the nail in the coffin.
The nail in the Tothin.
He deals the 7 of hearts, but they don't need it. GG to Rasmussen.
Rasmussen out in 28th place for 55,296 kroner.
Loving that kroner. That's a very tight shot there. That was a very tight close-up. All right. And joining the table.
This guy.
This guy. Look at that. Look at that beautiful, beautiful zip up he's got there. And matching shirt. So I know you weren't in this season necessarily, but do you have a lot of old EPT merch in your possession? Yeah.
No, I have very little merch from any season. I think that in the later years, like recently, I've gotten like a piece of swag every year, but for a long time, I got nothing.
Really? Because I feel like the swag probably would have been even more, more. There would have been a lot more of it during that time.
I came to Poker Stars, more or less full time after Black Friday. So
Okay, I see.
I
All right, we
missed
got.
the big glory days. I missed, but I got to experience it just with other non Poker Stars companies.
Yeah. We got Kerrigan again, all in with this time Queen 5 instead of Queen 4, as previously shown.
How does it look like? It doesn't look good. Can you beat that? No?
No.
Is it no? No, I can't.
Ah, that's ridiculous. I at least expected to give you a bad beat.
Jim Kerrigan, also known as your dad, all in. Hits his queen, but Shavik's got a straight draw.
You know what we don't want to see, don't you?
Kid's coming home late with bad grades. The turn is a 7. Kerrigan with one more card to fade. Otherwise, he's going to be very, very disappointed in you. Oh!
We don't want to see.
Marvelous.
He's not mad. He's just disappointed. Jim Kerrigan, your dad, out in 27th place.
That look of disappointment is so real. I mean, that's the look of a parent telling a child, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Knocked out by the ball rock. That's right, Uncle Jonesy.
This table is from a different country. There's not one person on this table from the same country except
I love him.
including the tournament director.
It'd be more impressive if it was a full table.
One of them's Denmark.
To be emphasized in the TV.
I've been practicing my Danish lines, and I got nobody to talk to.
I don't know if there's ever been a more American person in the world. I don't think he's.
Do you think it'd be possible to reach out to him now, and ask him what those lines were? Because I really want to know what these Danish lines were that he's been practicing that he's not going to have a chance to use.
It's probably for the best that we don't hear it. Who knows? You seem like a nice lady. Can I buy you a beer? My wife and I got a passport just for this trip.
Oh my gosh.
The guy at the border, he didn't like any of my jokes at all. Nobody's got a sense of humor around here. Okay, we're sweating with Elke. It was King 10 and an Ace 8-8 flop.
Yeah, I think Elke ahead of his time here, checking back King High on this kind of a texture, way ahead of his time. And
You
the
most
deuce of
certainly
spades.
are perfectly happy to get to showdown as cheaply as possible.
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to go check on the river. I mean, if he bets this river, I mean, I can't see Elke folding. I mean, he either has the ace that's been checked all the way down, a random 8, and he puts it straight in the bin. I take it back. I wonder if we get to see the cards here.
Oh,
Pocket
my
8s. He
goodness.
only had the quads. There you go. That's why he's Elke.
Just
I'm not.
quads.
Right there. Snap fold. He goes, guy just has quads.
That was a great sweat with hand. I agree, Uncle Jonesy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who did? You folded a winning hand?
Oh, I would like a winning hand.
Ow.
Oh, I had the winning hand there. I had a deuce. You didn't have nothing.
I folded a deuce there, sir. You're lucky I didn't call with deuce 3.
You didn't have nothing. He watches the footage back later.
The Michael Jordan hand. Tough for me to let that one go, being from Chicago.
This one time I had pocket 2s and I hit a 2 on the flop. All right, looking down at ace 10 here. Nice. Style points for the bet. Or the raise, I should say,
there's
excuse me.
A lot of creativity
Yeah.
in some of these moves.
I'm a fan of old school style point, raise / betting. I think there's a lot to it back then.
Now hold on a second. I think you might have me beat here, but I gotta keep you honest. I gotta keep you honest. I can't let you just. Yeah, I gotta keep you honest. It's domination nation. Oh geez. Oh dear. Oh boy.
Six-handed, you gotta do it. Oh. Please.
You gotta do it. You gotta keep him honest. To the flop. A 10 right off the bat.
Right in the window.
Gatch is gonna need to catch, and it's gonna have to be on the turn.
Give me the 8, please.
That is a brick.
And then give me the oh, I can't do it.
What can you do, eh? Poker, eh?
Man, oh man, I did enjoy him. Andy Gatch out of here.
Yeah, what a character.
Gotch. Did.
Gotch, God,
25th
God.
place. You got gooched.
All right, 23 players left. We are down to 23. So previously, had you spent much time in this casino, Joe?
I've never been to this casino ever, including when I did work on the European Poker Tour. Stopped being a stop at a certain point. There's Mycock. I've been wondering where Mycock was. Turns out he's in third place. Are you hoping that eventually at the feature table we get to see Mycock?
I would absolutely love to see Mycock at a featured table, hopefully in the #1 position.
Ace, king, offsuit. Start things off here. Yvonne Jones. Oh, Dr. Jones. Okay, people still full at 8-3 then. Good.
Yeah, that was probably in Super System 1.
Oh boy. Pocket jacks for Samir Shakhtour. He is all in. Are we flipping?
Looks like we're flipping.
Flipping, then you must be tripping. Like Chuck versus The Big Bang Theory. Two of these 2007 things. One of these 2007 things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Oh.
And it's a set of jacks for Shakhtour.
This one's a little bit more sweaty, though, because the King of Hearts gives them some serious opportunities, as well as the Jack. The backdoor straight draw is still there. Ooh, Ace of Hearts.
Hey. Some hope for Jones. Does he suck out on the river? No. Jack started off the slight favorite. Jones loses his flip. He is finito. 23rd place. 76,000 kroner. Shakhtour. Not the first time we've seen him. Unless there's another Shakhtour. Unless there's... Oh. Just gave this to one of my fans.
He was giving out free MP3 players that day. Did you know that?
Sorry. Okay, sorry, I'm late. It's No Limit Texas Hold'em.
What are we playing today, dealer? What's the game?
What are we playing? Nobody asks that anymore, do they? Not that way.
We return to the deep V. That is unbuttoned
Yes.
all the way down.
I guess since he came back, you could say he's a V for Vendetta.
Ace Queen of Clubs is a hand that this gentleman would like to play, I imagine. He's reaching for chips. He's going to make a raise. And Ace Jack of Diamonds is going to be all in as well. Mr. Fisher currently sitting with 29%.
Does someone else wake up in the midst with a hand? They do indeed.
Oh man, slight grin. He can't keep it off his face. Leans all the way back.
Morrow all in for 67,000. Pete Fisher already all in. Back on Smolyansky, who is also going to be all in. He is a big dog. They both are big dogs to Cole Morrow and his pocket kings. Will the best hand hold? What a spot.
This is a serious spot when you're sitting at the feature table of an EPT. I think this is what you dream about.
Yeah, you sure do. Sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare. No nightmare so far. 6-7 tray, 2 spades. Not even a club. But it's a diamond on the turn. Fisher now with the diamond draw and his ace outs. That is a really, really, really difficult number of outs to fade for these kings. But it happens. Cole almost triples up. Smolyansky. Oh, that wasn't Smolyansky. That was Peter Fisher out in 21st place. This was Smolyansky. Sorry, guys. He's still alive. But how about Cole Morrow in a near triple up? That is absolutely the dream situation, is it not, Nick?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it'd be really cool is if I got like wicked deep in this tournament and then I just got a setup of my dreams everyone had to call. Yeah, and then, I guess it's what you do with the chips thereafter that counts. But a couple more spots like that and you're probably going to win an EPT. Not going to lie.
A lot of people in chat miss the dealer from last week, Slappy. Not going to lie, I also miss Slappy. Hopefully we get a little more Slappy happy before we close out this series. Magnus Peterson raising King Jack.
Ace Jack in the big blind here. Domination Nation.
Cole with a brand new tripled up stack. Still doesn't seem to be super deep. He's like, yeah, why are they clapping for that guy? What about me?
Don't they know that
Jack?
I just had kings. Why aren't they clapping for me?
Well, he just laddered up, right? Maybe that's what that clapping would mean. So
yeah,
maybe he's about to ladder up. Maybe he's one of the few people paying attention to that.
Did he just fold the ace jack in the big blind?
Yeah, and that was TJ Cloutier getting eliminated. Okay. Got it.
Oh, wow. Interesting. I mean,
so that's why there was clapping. TJ Cloutier getting eliminated. And maybe, let's just say he folded the ace jack because TJ was the guy, there's about to be another prize jump.
Yeah.
TJ's out.
Sure. It looks like there's a lot of this glancing, it looks like a lot of people are glancing. They're all sweating those pay jumps. I think you might be right.
This is Sonneson, Christopher Sonneson, shoving ace-6.
So you were saying in these earlier seasons, they always counted out the entire chip stack and not the effective?
Yes, the pot size will reflect the combined chip stacks.
I see.
and not the actual size of the pot.
I see. I see.
So that raise of 41,000 would be 41,000 on top of whatever the all-in was for. But that's not going to matter. Those chips are going to be returned.
Uncle Jonesy in the chat is saying, "Is that the faintest smell of accidental ICM?" That could have been the moment it was you guys. He goes, have you ever been in a tournament, guys, and you're in a situation where you really don't want to bust because there's a lot more money that you could win if you don't? Yeah, I think there's something to that. I think we could work with that.
Jack's in very good shape after this flop. Still in very good shape. 93% chance. Shakhtar knocks out Sonesson. Sonesson, Gunnison. Oh, it's pronounced Sonesson? Sonesson Bondison. He gone.
He gone.
19th place, 76,000 Danish kroner. Shakhtar still stacking chips. OMG.
Yeah.
Simon,
How many players
what
are
about your last name?
It is, okay.
I am very pleased to announce, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Walsh, anyone from my lips to God's ears, please welcome to the table, Mycock. Simon Mycock.
He has arrived.
This might be the happiest day of my career.
Did this day just get a lot better?
So much better. I can't even. What am I going to do? Pretend like that's not what it says? No. Sorry. It might be low-hanging fruit. Yes, my cock is low-hanging. But I can't. Simon Mycock, it's just, I'm going to stop soon.
Peterson looks down at the queens. I imagine he's going to want to play those.
Here comes Mycock. Ace-Jack suited just calls. I mean, they literally just had to add his name into the Twitch chat so that people could write it.
Automod was about to explode, I think.
Heads up to the flop. Queens out in front and this jack on the flop. It almost looks like Mycock knows how bad this is for him.
Oh, man.
I mean, maybe that was like a reverse tell, but he tipped his head as if he was like, I just know this jack's going to send me to the rail. In leads, right? Just led at this pot.
Yep.
And there's the all in.
Yeah.
And this is a situation, Nick, where we see happen a lot is in Mycock's shoes. They think about it, they go, nah, I have to call. HTC poker is what we call it.
HTC.
Nah, I have to call.
Have to call.
Pretty much how this goes down 100% of the time.
It's just an ATC HTC.
Yep.
Any two cards have to call.
Usually, like he would call with ace king here. He would call with ace queen.
On our channel, we call that CFWF. Can't fold, won't fold.
Oh yeah, okay. Same.
Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that, Mycock. Don't look at him like that, Mycock.
This is like 500 and almost 600,000 chips.
It's interesting here, just from a tell perspective. Peterson is not looking at Mike. However, Mycock is in fact looking at Peterson.
I don't have to make the call. Even though I think I've got the best hand, I don't have to make the call. But I can have 500,000 chips right now.
It's like you can look into the future, Joe. He's saying exactly what you said he would say. I know I shouldn't call, but I have to call.
HTC, baby.
HTC. Peterson refusing to look at my cock. He doesn't want to give away anything.
Mycock gets it in.
Magnus all in.
And Peterson, the big favorite.
Pocket queens.
Knock out Mycock.
Ace, check the hand.
But he is standing up anyway.
Stand up.
Mycock has him covered. Why is it listing Peterson as the all-in player? I don't know about this guy. Let's focus on the turn, which is the king of clubs, Peterson. Yes, get real excited, buddy. Maybe sit down, though. Maybe sit down. See, you're good.
It's a deuce. Magnus, that was
I didn't want the call, so
275.
no, of course.
It looks like
Jag ville faktiskt inte ha en.
Peterson was the all-in player. I don't know where Mycock's hiding all his chips, but a very, very, very short stack Mycock still in.
This is something that I think we've all seen if we've played any amount of live poker. The player with the chips feeling confident about the fact he has top pair, indicating the fact that if he's wrong, he will be losing the said chips, indicating to the other player that he knows he doesn't have the best hand, but he has to call, but then also looking extremely disappointed at the fact that he made the call knowing that he shouldn't have. It's an absolute classic.
Can you do me a favor, Nick, and when James is back on, can you remind me to ask him how they handled that guy's name when they recorded this for TV? Because there's no way that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that there's probably some audio somewhere of James doing so, right? Was he part of this commentary at the time?
That's what I'm saying. We have to find out what was said, if anything.
Do you think the production team was like, under no circumstances are you to...
Look, if it was my TV show and I was in charge, I would say, don't do what we just did. All right, so it's Domination Nation. Mycock at risk, but he is ahead. And Shakur flops a scary card, but only one of them.
Yeah.
Gonna need more help if he is gonna knock out Simon.
And that's why.
Is helpful.
Yeah, that middle ping card does so much for your equity. Oh, not quite there.
Double up Mycock. So, time to take a look at the chip leaders once again. Peterson at our table. We got the big guys. Toth we saw before. Shakur in the top 10. He is also hanging with us, as is... are any of these people at the table except for that guy whose name I'm trying to say a little bit less often?
Yes, I think we might have one or two.
New featured table. Who we got here? Tobias Person. That's one of my favorite names of all time. Alexandra Poulin. Jan Shavik back at the featured table. 16 players remain, so 2 tables of 8. I wonder if this will be one of those where we see 8 eliminations now in 10 minutes, so they get to the final table, if they'll just stop and then magically appear at the next episode for the final table.
King deuce of spades here. He's on the dealer button. Counting his chips or sizing a raise, I can't tell. Keeping him guessing.
All in.
He's all in.
Okie dokie. Tobias Person may end up being a missing person.
Ooh, KJ, very tempting here.
Very tempting indeed. People still used to get away from these, though. As long as they didn't have chips in the middle, they could make some pretty crazy folds. Magnus Peterson, overall chip leader. Decides HTC have to call with ace high against the shove from the shorty. Peterson, very, very worried. He knows the power of live cards. It's a spade in the window, but that is it.
Whoa. Man can't stay sitting down. Four of hearts doesn't change a lot.
No, it sure doesn't. Person needs to hit a king or a deuce. And he does not. Person missing. Elimination, 15th place, 96,000 kroner. Anders Week.
Week.
Everybody's working for the weekend.
You're so good at those, Joe. I wish I had a brain for that.
It's really pretty useless. Magnus Peterson, probably still tournament chip leader. Gonna get involved yet again. This is a re-raise or a raise again. With ace queen.
Almost looked like an ace king there for a second.
And we're okay with a fold here, I think, Nick. I don't know stack sizes necessarily, but I think we can fold.
55 more? 50 more.
Doesn't look like it. Nope. I think we were still in the realm of, I just didn't want to get bullied out of this pot.
Yes, of course. And maybe sometimes the re-raises are so small that people are getting the right price. So that could also have been a possibility. And pretty bad flop. A flop that's going to favor a three-better way more often.
Yeah, I mean, it just really comes down to at this point, you know, if he is the kind of player who's the player with 9-10, if he's the kind of guy who's going, I'm not going to get bullied in this pot, he's also probably likely going to be the guy that's going, well, if I thought he was bluffing pre, well, he must be bluffing now. You know, that kind of concept.
And to be fair, it was the era where sometimes the guy who three bets you is going to have 8-5 offsuit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really interesting to note. On a serious note, you know, kind of just people didn't really have that kind of range because he's all in.
Well, this is a definite have to call. Just because I mock it doesn't mean it isn't right sometimes. But you absolutely called this, OP Nick. This is the kind of quote-unquote power poker we were used to seeing back in this era.
Yeah, I mean, and Peterson throughout this entire session has been the guy who's absolutely super concerned about every outcome, even in situations where he's the favorite. So, you know, it might just be enough. It just might be too much for him to try and reconcile. But really, the 9-10 show. I mean, you know, if you have Ace Queen here, he actually gets it through.
Oh man, does he show it? Yeah, he does. Oh.
I actually called it on both fronts. I called the powerful.
That is good TV.
That's fantastic TV. I mean, and also that's the kind of stuff that we wanted in the early days of poker, right? That you know, that's what went on to inspire Grandma to make a PokerStars account, you know.
And who amongst us hasn't done that at some point in our? I haven't actually. I haven't done
But yeah, it's so interesting how, like these days there's this quite structured sort of like range construction process, right? You're like, okay, so we have to call some of the time here, but we're going to do it with these hands because that makes sense. And at this time it was like, I have to call some of the time, and now is that time. I've just decided just now. But wow, yeah, great TV.
And look, I certainly missed an era where you could get someone to fold top pair.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I mean these
Wow,
days,
real cooler shaping up here.
these days you struggle to get people to fold second pair, so it's
That's true, actually. That's very
it is,
true.
It's pretty wild.
All right, so we have got a flip. Like Rihanna's umbrella versus Sean Kingston's beautiful girls. One of these two things from 2007 has a slight mathematical advantage. Nines hold that advantage. Len is gonna need a spade, an ace, or a jack. No spades now, so only aces, jacks, and tens. Also a counterfeit possibility, so pretty good turn card. The river is a jack. Poulin doubles up. Weak.
I mean,
Alexander Poulin, understandably happy. That's the kind of stuff we like to see back in the day. People getting excited, people celebrating, people playing for life-changing money.
And looks like it's one of those situations, guys, where the coverage finished when they got down to 14 players and then picks up again in the final episode of Copenhagen when they're down to the final table. So, spoiler alert, I can tell you that the Balrog does not make the final table. I can tell you that the player with the name that has been entertaining everyone for the last 20 minutes does not make the final table. But we
Can I ask a question about him, James?
Yes.
How did you guys handle that on TV?
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing. And the honest answer is, Joe, I'd have to go back and check. Obviously, these shows still live online with the original commentary. I still have them on DVD, bizarrely, because back then I still kept discs of everything I did on TV. So I'd have to check. My gut instinct is you do what you do in a situation where you've got someone with an unpronounceable surname. You use their first name. And I imagine that what we did is just refer to him as Simon throughout most of the coverage to avoid awkward situations where you say my cock is all in or he's putting my cock in. It's just easier to say Simon.
Yeah. So I want to set the line in case anyone goes back and looks. I'm going to set the line at one maybe joke. Like not even a real full-on joke. Like at one thing that maybe could be considered a joke, but I'm setting the line at one.
Okay. Now, obviously, back then, I didn't get to work with you, Joe. As you've explained many times, you didn't join the EPT until the tail end of Season 7. My co-commentator for this event was Lee Jones. And I don't think for one second that Lee Jones was going to be making weak puns and gags based on that guy's name. But maybe I'll be proved wrong. Go back, check the tape, let me know.
It's a good line.
So I'll tell you who is at the final table. Theo Jorgensen has made it, Elke has made it, Richard Toth is there, and obviously Magnus Peterson, who, as we see, has been crushing during these late stages. He's got a seat at the final table, so we're going to play down to a winner. Now, I did say earlier, Joe, that I had little to no recollection of what happened in this. Obviously, I remember who wins. And I remember two very clear things from this final table. So there is going to be a little bit of foreshadowing now. Coming up are two hands which we've exhausted from the EPT archives. There is a moment when someone goes with their instinct. And there is a moment when someone suffers a horrible beat and then receives a lecture from their opponent about how they misplayed the hand. So you've got that to look forward to as we play down from 8 to a champion. A reminder that this is the Copenhagen event from Season 3 of the European Poker Tour. It's a tournament that was played back in January 2007. And here we are playing down to a winner from the final 8 players. Blinds are now 6,000, 12,000 with a 1K ante. So we're going to recognise most of these guys, Nick, because we've seen them during the late stages playing down to the final table.
Right.
And looks like it's going to be Richard Toth who gets the action started here, raising with 10-7 off. Theo the Hat Jorgensen not going to play this hand. Instead, the action is on Thomas Holm. And he is going to call with Queen Jack of Clubs.
Comes 10, 9, 3.
So it's one of those amazing flops which guarantees more chips are going to go in the middle. Top pair versus the open-ended straight draw.
I guess this is one of those interesting spots, though, where, like in modern poker, because people are so aggressive and because people c-bet, you know, so effectively, it becomes really difficult to play these situations because you know your opponents are going to fire when scare cards come and that kind of thing. And in this situation, during this time, it was probably a lot easier if, for example, the Queen, Jack, or King comes on the turn to get away from your hand because your opponent is probably a lot less likely to bet scare cards.
So an interesting situation where Toth isn't given the opportunity to c-bet. Holm decided to lead the flop, got raised by Toth, calls the raise, and big pot building here as they go to the turn, which is the 9 of clubs pairing the board, and Toth now becomes better than a 2-1 favourite, shoves on his opponent.
Snap shoves.
And I'm pretty sure this is all in to call.
I mean, if you're going to be the guy that leads with Queen Jack here, you should probably be the guy that continues firing on the turn. Although the 9, of course, is a scare card, you are concerned about him having a 9.
So let's check on the stacks of the players who've made the final table. We can see that Toth is second in chips, one of only 2 players with more than $1 million, the other being Elke. Magnus Peterson, third in chips. It is Vik and Poulan who are bringing up the rear right now.
So of everyone on this final table, I guess Elke was the one that was persisted probably for the longest. Or do you recognize anybody at the table that went on to do a couple more seasons, something like that?
Yeah, Toth was an EPT regular. Theo Jorgensen, obviously, was still on the EPT until a couple of seasons ago. I mean, last time I saw Theo was in Prague, just before Christmas. Doesn't play the main event anymore, mainly goes to European Poker Tour stops for the cash games.
Right, gotcha.
But yes, I would agree that Elke is probably the best known player. And even at this point in time, he was already a legend, more as a StarCraft player than a poker player, but was already establishing himself, and everyone knew he was the guy who was crushing sit and goes.
Right. Well, who was what was the year that Elke tried to break the record for most simultaneous games played?
Oh, wow, that's a really good question. I want to say it was after this, but I could be wrong.
I think it was. I think it was quite some time after this. But yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. My memory is so bad. I got such a bad memory for years and dates. Was that was at a PokerStars event as well, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Was it alongside an EPT or something like that?
I want to say it was at the PCA, but then I always get confused with the record attempt that Nanonoko did, where he was playing the most number of simultaneous cash tables, or the most number of cash hands in a limited amount of time.
Okay.
And call.
Good spot here for Peterson. The domination pre-flopped gives him an edge.
And the flop is Queen, King, Deuce.
Well, he's flopped the gut shot. And he is going to bet 300,000. Huge overbet, gets a snap fold from Theo.
Yeah, I think if there's one thing that we're seeing consistently from Peterson, it's absolute concern about situations where his chips are at risk or where he feels as though he has to protect his hand at all costs. And I think we saw him fold the top pair earlier in a situation where I think it's really hard to be folding top pair. And there again, we're seeing him just say, I want this pot, I'm taking it, I don't want any more cards, I don't want any more variants. And just something that you don't see that much anymore today.
So quick word on prize money. Everyone is locked up the better part of 65,000 US dollars, 373,000 Danish kroner. The winner's going to get more than 700,000 US, 4 million Danish kroner. And a raise here from Theo Jorgensen with sixes.
So do we know how much that first place prize would be in today dollars or today Great British?
I don't. I assume these conversions were done based on exchange rates at the time. Bear in mind that I think foreign currency exchange rates at the moment are particularly skewy. I'm not sure you'd necessarily get an accurate representation.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. I meant, so yeah, I guess you have a point there though as well. Even if we found out what it was then, it probably wouldn't give us a good conversion at the right now either. There you go. Little fun task for the chat. If you'd like to go back and find the exchange rate at this date.
Is this going to be a raise and take it for Theo? Unlikely. Richard Toth has ace queen.
So did he change hats at this point because there's no more gaffer tape?
I believe he's finally turned it around.
Okay, I see. I mean, there was one other occasion where I was seeing tape on the hat, but it was, I forgot who it was, but it wasn't actually covering the branding. It was just sort of, there you go. That's not the one I'm making reference to. But it seemed like it was on the front of the hat and not across the branding itself, which is weird.
You're assuming there, Nick, that the gaffer tape was brought out to disguise logos that were too big or sites that were not non-compliant with local gaming regulations. You forget how big gaffer tape was as a fashion accessory in 2007.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. See, this was before my time.
You know, nowadays the kids leave the stickers on their baseball caps, right? They don't take that. But back in the day, you would put gaffer tape on your hat.
That was it was actually just a natural progression to go from tape to, tape that was meant to, exist to remain on the hat.
Yeah.
From the very start. That's what happened. Yeah. I see.
The natural evolution of fashion. Toth picking up his fair share of decent hands at this final table, opening here with kings. Action on Anders Vik. He is all in with ace-jack, and we know he's going to get called in at least one spot. There's the call from Toth. Appropriate reaction to seeing kings tabled.
The shove is probably an appropriate reaction to the raise, though, as well, in fairness.
No ace on the flop. It is a low straighty board.
Richard in the lead with pocket kings. Turn card. Here's a king.
And that is going to seal the deal. Vik drawing dead on the turn. First player out from the final table. Cashes out for 373,000 Danish kroner. We are down to 7 in EPT3 Copenhagen from January 2007. And something we've commented on a few times, Nick, is in the absence of a live stream, in the absence of many side events during the early seasons, you've got a really good crowd, a really good rail at the final table.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the whole room is filled. Funny story, I've actually been in this casino once before. I was there for a poker event. There's kind of a funny story that goes with it as well. I made it to the end of day one, and everyone was about to bag up, and we get to a situation where they move me onto the feature table. It was my first feature table ever. And I proceed to find myself in a situation where I convince myself that should be shoving complete trash into this guy, and it's going to be the greatest play I've ever made, and everyone on TV is going to think I'm the coolest guy ever. I proceed to do so and immediately get snapped off by what is a very dominating hand. And anyway, it wasn't a particularly interesting hand. I kind of just kind of outplayed myself, so to speak. And what transpired afterwards, I thought, oh, that was on the featured table. As soon as I get back and the delay catches up, I'm going to watch people crucifying me in the chat. It's going to be terrible. I can't stand it. I get back to the room. I turn it on to see what people have to say about the play. And just as the hand commences, one of the tech guys steps on a cable and unplugs the audio from the commentary booth, and the whole stream goes dark. There was only one person in the chat that managed to see my shove just before the stream went dark, and I managed to avoid the embarrassment.
You got saved there. So Theo all in with the ace-king. Toth was priced in to call. Pretty decisive flop. Oh.
That's what he turned, but he has the king of diamonds here.
Yeah. Theo is going to double up through Toth. Yeah, but what you just referenced there, Nick, with the accidental disconnection of the stream, that's the paranoia which hangs over me as I sit here with all these various cables and things connected into other things. Every time I step up, I'm like, do not take this stream off air.
As a streamer, I can tell you I know that paranoia all too well, but actually, as a streamer, we sometimes have the opposite, where you start up a stream and you realize that, sorry, just a moment. Have that problem with that motorcycle again, James. Sorry. We have the opposite, where you sit down in front of your computer that you spend a lot of time in front. You get very comfortable in front of your computer, and you realize you've launched the stream and the audio is still running, and you don't know what the audience has been listening to for however long the countdown is into the stream. It's usually just sort of like awkward chair moving noises and all that sort of thing. But it's not professional and it's stressful.
So Toth back in action here with sevens.
Re-raise.
You heard the man.
Thomas raising to 79 down.
Making a statement.
And we could be off to the races here because Toth does not like to surrender hands. And with his stack size, I'm not sure Holm can afford to fold should Toth shove.
Did you manage to spot the positioning here, James?
Position? I don't think that was really a thing back then.
They didn't have position back then.
Early position raise from Toth, button re-raise from Holm.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Like 220, 240 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was probably also a time where people were probably set mining a little bit too wide. But then it also was probably a time when people were 3-betting a little bit too small. So it kind of works and cuts in both directions here. Oh,
always coming 7. My expectation, Nick, was that the money was going to go in pre because that was very much the style of the time. Interesting that Toth did just flat there, flops the set, checks the action to Holm.
But yeah, that's what you're looking for on the final table of an EPT. But it is kind of a sweaty flop. There are some danger cards out there, 1-card straight potentials. Holm is going, this is the worst flop ever. I hate this. And I find myself in this situation all too often. I know what that feels like.
All in.
Oh, God. And Holm is drawing so thin. Running cards needed.
The 10 of diamonds would be the gin card here. Oh.
Instead it's a 6, so now he's got chop outs. A brick on the river means that Thomas Holm is eliminated in 7th place. 525,000 Danish kroner, approximately 90,000 US dollars. He tried. Let's give him that. Let's give him an A for effort.
Definitely A for effort. I mean, you know, you put yourself in that situation and you're really trying hard to represent an overpair. So I kind of feel the overbet jam. But when your opponent is flatting your 3-bet, it's got to be all that flop. It's got to be all that. It's trying to put them on a hand that they're actually not going to shove pre, that they're also going to fold on that flop texture. It's pretty tough. I mean, I'm thinking, you know, Jack 10 suiting is definitely something that's going to be in there pretty often, I think, when people are flatting.
Talking of flatting, Theo completes from the small blind with aces, meaning that Samir Shakhtour gets to see a free flop with 7-10 in the big blind. And it is a 10-high flop.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like limping with aces these days is probably a lot more effective small blind versus big because people are a hell of a lot more aggressive. Oh, and a snap all in and a snap call.
Yeah, so Theo, the at-risk player, commanding favorite, better than a 4-1 favorite with 2 cards to come.
And 10-7, pair of tens for Samir. Theo in the lead. Pair of aces.
I can't quite see the stack depth, but I mean, certainly wouldn't find people just snap overbet jamming with top pair in that kind of in a limped pot. I don't think these days.
Very different era as Theo gets another double up at the final table. You referenced the motorbike outside your house, Nick, so I assume you're still in Brighton right now.
I am still in Brighton. Yeah, actually, I was about to bring that up myself. If you guys had a chance to watch any of EPT Monte Carlo, it was the first time I ever digitally met James, and we were doing commentary for the first time, and there was a series of motorcycles that drove by directly outside my house, and it sounded like I was on the motorway, which James made reference to.
At 4 in the morning, if memory serves me correctly, Nick.
Yeah, that's right. I was. It was that one EPT where they decided that they wanted to spend like an hour or 2 hours making a deal to no end. And yeah, me and James were in. We were on the long haul there to try and stay with the action. But yes, I am in Brighton. Yes, I am indeed. I'm here in lockdown, doing my bit, staying at home, which for some people is saying something, but for me, a streamer and therefore a hermit, it's not too hard.
So we have an all-in from Poulin called in 2 spots by Elke and by Magnus Peterson. And this is a great board for Elke with the flush draw and the 2 overs. And ace, queen, high was the best hand pre-flop. It's still the best hand on the river. Elke's going to win the pot, and that will see the elimination of Alexandre Poulin, 6th place finisher in the Copenhagen main event in season 3 of the EPT back in 2007. Cashes out for 663,000 Danish kroner, around 115,000 US dollars.
How are you doing on lockdown in London at the moment, James? I'm assuming you're in London.
Yes, I'm in London. Joe's in LA. Coping. I mean, I'm very lucky. I live with my family. I think it's a very different experience if you're alone right now.
Yep.
Managing to get out once a day to run.
Nice one. Yeah, we've certainly seen a great increase in this country of people that are quote-unquote exercising since lockdown has begun.
So another all-in. Shakhtour at risk with ace-3, and once again it's Elke, who is the opponent in the hand with queens.
And here comes the flop.
Oh! The way that flop was dealt, Shakhtour saw the ace first and then the queen. And it will be all over on the turn. Samir Shakhtur eliminated in 5th place. His payout, 843k. That's Danish kroner, $146,000. And we're down to 4. Half the final table's gone already. And just a reminder to those of you who've just joined us, EPT Retro takes a modern day look at old poker. So yes, we're watching events that were played back in 2007, the TV shows that were made from EPT3 Copenhagen. But Nick Walsh and I are commentating live.
From the future. I wonder if Elke still has that gold chain. Quite the fashion accessory. Looks down at ace-3 of hearts.
So raises it up. Aces again for Theo Jorgensen. Sizable re-raise. And the re-raise gets a fold. And in real time, the players were going on a break. But yes, Hart Zhao, you are watching a highlight reel. These are the highlights shows that were edited after this event was played out. As we see Richard Toth with the chip lead, 1.78 million. Bertrand Gropellier, Elke with 1.1 million. Magnus Peterson with 588k. Theo Jorgensen, the shortest stack at the table, with 390k. No live streams at this point. Only the TV shows were filmed, so the only footage that exists or has survived are the edited highlights.
Wow, that's so funny to think about that. I mean, we take the live stuff, or at least the ability to granted these days, don't we? I mean, I suppose it could have been live TV at some point, but yeah, as you mentioned, probably not the best thing to actually put onto a network or something like that.
No.
I mean, the action itself would probably be so slow without the editing for TV. Are the audience on a school trip? Nice one, better. By the way, shout out to Hart Zhao. Thank you for asking the question. I'm sure others out there were thinking the same thing. But also, obviously, Hart is one of my super regs on my channel. All right, Toth with the ace-jack suiting. Just counting out. I like these color. I like the color of these chips.
The candy floss.
Yeah, I mean, I actually one of my main gripes with the existing, or not necessarily the Poker Stars, but with many casinos tournament chips is that they're not very colorblind friendly, and those are nice and differentiated.
Yeah, I mean, they're nauseating, but granted, it's very easy to see the difference in
No,
denominations.
absolutely. Yeah, and that's actually, I'm somewhat colorblind, and that's definitely going into the live poker realm. Obviously, I play mostly online anyway, but yeah. So a gut shot for Gropellier here.
Meanwhile, Toth still ahead with second pair top kicker, 9-1 favourite on the turn.
It does strike me that the actions are a lot faster. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing from the previous seasons, James. Just this little sequence here, it was very quick, check, 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 or check, 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 and then Elke was immediately reaching for the move.
And sometimes we don't know, Nick, if that's because it's an edit, as we see Elke river the straight here from 10% to 100%. But a lot of the time, that was the pace of play. There are some instances where we're on a wide shot and it literally goes check, bet, all in, fold. It's people did not hang about in those days.
Yeah. I mean, and also, if you've ever asked yourself, you know, how do I win like Elke? I think this is pretty much the answer. He gets ace queen of clubs all in for the win. He gets his queens all in for the win, and he's rivering gut shots in bloated pots.
So Toth with the decision as Elke moves all in. Just picking up on your point about TV shows, you've always said that broadcasters are always interested in the idea of showing the event live based on what they've seen from the edited highlights.
Yeah,
and when they
right,
actually witness the reality, they're like, no, just keep giving us the edited highlights. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a more mainstream audience, it's just not the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like TV poker, all in a call.
Wow. Look at his face! One of the best reactions we've seen so far. Just, I can't believe he rivers the gut shot.
I mean, he had an opportunity to check call the river, but he decided to turn his hand into a bluff instead. Wow. Oh, and that's gotta hurt when you hand over stacks like that.
Yeah, that is a sizable double up for Elke and a sizable blow to Richard Toth. Okay, so this, what we just saw there, Nick, may inform what happens next. The following hand is a key hand.
Okay.
Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 2K ante. Elke getting the action started with Jack 9 suited. Queen 9 of hearts for Richard Toth. Just a call, and yet again, Theo Jorgensen with aces. This is at least the third, if not the fourth time he's had aces at the final table. And he's not messing about, all in. 251,000. So what are you doing, Richard Toth's spot here, Nick?
I think I think you could Hollywood if you wanted to. I'm not one in that category, but I think the fold is probably usually good here. Queen high is very rarely going to be the best hand, and yeah, it seems pretty obvious.
Getting a read on Theo.
How much is it in total?
270, I would say. 72.
Seems like such an easy decision, right? But
yeah, I mean, he's sitting there with aces going, please call, please call, please call, please call, please call, while trying to look like he doesn't want the call.
well, we're waiting.
Theo, I think I have to trust in my instincts.
I think I have to trust in my instincts.
It says you've got nothing.
So Richard Toth's instincts tell him that Theo has nothing and he has to call with Queen high. Oh, premature celebration from Theo Jorgensen fans on the rail.
I mean, I think they're to blame if this goes awry.
Wrong instinct this time, but it happens to me.
10, 4,
Yeah, I was
7.
like,
It happens to me.
Counts. 10, 4, 7.
Oh, it's just one of those, isn't it? It's one of those.
Well, that's all right for Theo. I mean, could you have a sweatier turn card? Up and down, flush draw. The river is a heart, and that is the flush for Toth. And that is Theo Jorgensen KO'd in 4th place. All because Richard Toth went with his instinct, was wrong, and got lucky. I imagine many of you have seen that hand before. It is a classic. And look at Theo's face. Has his opponent exactly where he wants him. And then that happens. Stop trying to justify the call, Toth.
Yeah, I mean, his opponents are going, I don't care what you do. We just laddered. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so Toth now second in chips with 1.1 million. Elke has nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead on his opponent. Magnus Peterson, the shortest stack with 542k. Everyone now guaranteed nearly $250,000. Theo cashed out for $1 million Danish kroner, by the way, 177,000 US. Blinds at 10.20.
Yeah, I mean, he's given the speech about his instincts there. I think that wasn't the instincts. I think that was the tilt from the previous hand. I mean, I kind of know where he's coming from. I think we all know it's probably not the call you want to make, but Queen Nine of Hearts actually tends to do really, really well against what you perceive to be,
Now, bear in mind, right, that Toth's opened, okay? And Peterson now moves all in with 7 deuce. You've just seen this guy call it off with Queen 9. So why on earth would you shove here with 7 deuce? Oh, I can easily get a fold here because this guy's really nitty. His calling range is really tight.
I mean, what I find most interesting is Peterson previously is extremely, he gets the call, but Peterson up until this point has been extremely cautious.
And sure enough, if Toth's going to call with Queen 9, he's going to call with Ace 9, and Peterson finds himself at risk. And I guess the different situation this time around is at least Peterson's got 2 live cards.
Yeah, which goes back to my point about the Queen 9.
Deuce.
Oh, there's a deuce.
The Magnus takes the lead. Pair of 2.
This is so stupid.
The king.
Back-to-back ridiculousness. And deuces hold. They do indeed never loses. And this is the point, Nick, where you're realizing, oh my God, why was I not playing in 5K main events back in 2007?
I often wonder what my life would have been like 5 years previous, mate.
Three-handed action continues. Ace 9 again for Toth on the button.
What a time to be alive. I mean, people love a sweat, though, especially people that don't play poker, right? This made for some fantastic TV that inspired a generation of people to turn on their computers and make a PokerStars account. So amen to that.
Okay, so Peterson has paired his 5. And that bet of 70,000 quickly called by Peterson as this hand goes to the turn. Peterson
Chip
now
Avalanche in the chat has actually done the conversion back then. Apparently it was 1 to 0.18 kroner to dollar, I'm assuming. Chip Avalanche, could you confirm that?
So Peterson,
it's a great turn.
Now better than a 9-1 favourite. Yeah, absolutely. Picks up the flush draw to go with his pair and straight draw. And this is another barrel from Toth.
120.
120.
And
Wow.
now Peterson moves all in. Now Toth can't possibly call here. I don't even know why I'm saying that. Blurry Face 74 says, I went to grab a beer laughing at the Queen 9 hand, came back to see a guy all in pre-flop with 7 deuce offsuit. Yep. Welcome to EPT Season 3.
So James, what would you say was the turning point where you started to believe? Well, going back to a question that I asked Joe earlier, and he said to pass it on to you. So obviously we're looking back now and we're going, wow, this is crazy. This kind of play is wild. Back then, were you watching it thinking this is the pinnacle of poker? It won't get any better than this, or what was the situation then?
No, I don't think we were. I think that we probably looked at it with differently. I don't think we were as judgmental. I think that poker theory as it exists now didn't exist back then. I think that there was an acceptance that there was a lot of variance at this stage of a poker tournament and that you were going to see ridiculous swings based on the blinds and the stack sizes. I think that you would call it like you saw it. We did still see some pretty good play from certain players, and then you saw some really weird and wacky stuff from other players. And without being insulting and without being judgmental, I think you have to say what you see.
Yeah, well, I mean, so and then follow up to that was it better commentating on the weird and the wacky before, or the?
Sorry, you got cut off at the end there, Nick. I assume you're asking, do I prefer this to modern day?
Yes.
Oh, I'll take this any day in a heartbeat. I love this. I love the craziness. I love the unpredictability. I love the fact that a guy just punts it off here with ace-5 into ace-queen. You had personalities. You had table chat. I mean, the crowd around the table. There was just there's a magic here which I really want us to recapture.
I hear you, man. I totally agree. I absolutely agree.
And I'm not saying that we don't get great moments anymore.
Of course not. No, of course we still have and I mean, we get to see the absolute bleeding edge, of poker these days compared to then. But I appreciate your sentiment. I appreciate the sentiment.
So Ace Queen holds, and Richard Toth is eliminated in third place. Cash is out for 1.3 million Danish. That's 232,000 US dollars. And yeah, I guess the point I'm making is you still get that amazing bluff from the qualifier in Monte Carlo, Georgi with the 7 deuce. But back in these early seasons, it was almost like you had one of those hands several times per event.
Yeah, right.
So heads up, Copenhagen, Season 3, Elke versus Magnus Peterson.
80,000. Magnus call.
Queen deuce against 10-6. The flop is 10-6-4.
Yeah, I feel like there is probably an edit in the pause times. I mean, that seemed like light speed. The time between the flop being dealt and him making that bet.
Yeah, just to echo my earlier point, I do think that obviously thinking time has been cut out for the purposes of the TV
Right.
edit, but I don't think that much time has been cut out. And I think it's clear that most players, and of course there were a few who took their time over their decisions, most players acted incredibly quickly.
Yeah. By the way, I meant to give a shout out earlier. Lime Ricky was saying about how when she ends her stream, she always mutes everything, as per our paranoia, James.
Yes.
Wines are 20,000, 10,000 with an anti 2K.
And here comes Peterson limping with ace 10. Elke with pocket fours checks his option. And I think Elke has the chip lead at this point, just trying to judge from the stacks. At this point in time, we did not put that information on the graphics, and Peterson pairs his ace on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, once you played your fours passively, I think you're probably always calling on the pair. Now, if we know anything about Peterson, is that he's extremely cautious. I wonder if he finds the second barrel, because he's the kind of guy who seems to be super concerned about the outcomes that he can't foresee. He does decide to put in another bet, 60K this time, and a snap fold from Elke. So James, I have to ask the question as well. Do you miss pocket cams? You know, do you miss the peel that we see on these tables? These days, of course, we use RFID technology to capture the cards.
Yes, but when we do a televised event, and the last one we would have done was the PSPC back in January of last year, we still do have the cameras in the table as well, so that we can get those shots and edit them into the TV shows. Because yes, I think you do get, it is quite dramatic the way certain players look at their cards, and I think it's good stuff to have in there.
Yeah, I agree.
But in terms of capturing information for the live stream, the RFID technology, the scanners, so much better.
Yeah, I mean, that was my follow-up. Is there's loads of pots that we've seen where we're just guessing as to what people have.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think having the information for the stream is great, but having that peel, oh baby, peeling those aces, there's no feeling like it.
Queen Jack against King 9 here. Raise and a call. Ace 10 6. King high still the best hand. Action goes check check. And it's a queen on the turn. Pair for Peterson, straight draw for Elke. A lead from Elke of 100K. Called by Peterson. The river is another queen. Peterson improves to trips. Elke's going to bluff this. Guessing Peterson's working out how much he could raise here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a really well disguised hand, but then also he's got that kind of, he's like, what am I getting paid by?
Yeah.
Magnus raised to 400,000.
So just clicks it, right?
He just clicks it, but what I like even more is, as you said, the chat pros behind, the original chat pros behind, making the oohing and awing is great.
Elke kind of getting beaten up on here.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I mind the click back in this situation. It's like that spot where, you know, your hand is really well disguised, but you're like, okay, I just don't think he's got a whole lot of anything here anyway. So, how do I get paid? What's gonna call me?
Raised to 70,000.
Raise from Elke with the 10-9 ace queen here for Peterson.
Such a pretty hand, 9-10 suited. Just a flat with the ace queen heads up, sure.
And why not?
Why not? Mix it up.
Okay, so top pair versus second pair. Action goes check, check. Elke's turn to have trips.
Now, in the previous situation where it was high card and then paired board, Peterson was barreling, and I wouldn't be surprised if in this situation he does the same again. People tend to repeat their patterns. Raises to 130,000.
How much? 200. 200.
200 total. Remember, the graphics show the size of the raise, not the size of the total bet. Because that's how we rolled back on EPT3.
I remember playing on some websites that would have you bet like that. It was so infuriating.
Yeah. Don't worry, we fix it eventually. I just can't remember when. Yes, indeed, Adrock. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Yeah, in this wide shot, you can see how quickly Elke is reaching for chips there. I think that one cut. And I think it was a time where if you bet quickly, you were trying to represent strength, you know? People weren't quite there yet.
That is a bet of 300,000 into a pot of 564,000. Can you fold? Ace queen heads up here.
I mean, you got to put yourself in his shoes as well, though, right? Your time was pretty well known for his poker exploits.
And sure enough, Peterson calls. Elke shows the trip nines, and that is going to give him the decisive chip lead once again.
Yeah, if you find yourself in that situation, you got to be putting levels on top of levels there. You're going to love time. You're going to be asking yourself, can I really fold this hand against this player?
Yeah.
Am I really going to watch myself fold the best hand on TV later this month?
So I know we're not doing spoilers here, even though this event happened 13 years ago. And I won't do this that often, I promise, but I did tee up an earlier hand at this final table. I'm going to be a little bit preemptive and say pay attention to the next one, particularly at the conclusion of the hand. Ace deuce for Elke. Completes. Pocket threes. Peterson checks his option. And the flop is 10-7 deuce. A pair of threes against a pair of twos. Action goes check, check. Deuce on the turn. Trips for Elke again. 95% favorite. Peterson checks.
It's an easy game when you always turn trips.
Elke's bet called by Peterson. The river card is a 3, a full house for Peterson.
Unless your opponent is always rivering that boat.
Peterson now leads 80K.
Oh man, that's so small here. You're just like, this is the jackpot. This is the blocker bet. This is the blocker bet I'm about to punish.
There's the raise from Elke to 200,000.
Oh, Peterson is like, it's my birthday. He actually has a deuce. I'm all in. Just say the words.
All in.
There's the shove.
I call.
Elke calls, wait for it.
Yes! Yes!
Anguish, celebration, rub down incoming.
Magnus has a full house freeze over deuces, and Magnus doubles up.
What do you got to say, Magnus?
Shouldn't play bad aces.
You shouldn't play bad aces.
What?
You shouldn't play bad aces. How to kick a man when he is down.
What?
To this day, I think that may be the worst and most unnecessary rubdown we have ever seen on the European Poker Tour.
The best bit about it was he's got his hands in his pockets. He just moseys on over like, before we continue, I have something to add.
He went so long with saying nothing. The hand was long over. That's even worse.
I told you that was worth waiting for.
You shouldn't play bad aces. I want to see the alternate universe where he doesn't river the boat and he just scoops this pot off him. And he goes, you should have raised those pocket threes.
I know we've seen sad Elke so many times over the year, but I don't think we've ever seen him look that devastated after that hand, which clearly has now given Magnus Peterson the huge chip advantage in this heads-up battle.
Here's what's so crazy about 2007. Magnus comes over and says, you shouldn't play bad aces, and Elke's reaction is, yeah, you're right, I probably shouldn't have played a bad ace. He's got a point there.
Meanwhile, in 2020, under no I once got mercilessly trolled for folding ace deuce off on the button one time.
Heads up.
Yeah, heads up. Under no circumstances would you be folding ace deuce off in this situation.
So Elke playing a good ace here. Ace jack of hearts has flopped the flush draw. Peterson, however, has flopped 2 pair. Continuation bet of 150K from Elke.
I mean, heads up these days, you're playing bad eights.
You're playing 9 deuce off heads up. Me, that's not an exaggeration. That is not an exaggeration.
Re-raise. I'm on it. Call.
Wow. It escalates so quickly. No editing necessary there. Re-raise, all in, call. And we are going to have a champion in Copenhagen unless Elke can catch a heart on the turn or river. Hey Magnus, do you have anything to say about him playing ace-jack here?
Super F21 says you probably shouldn't play 7 deuce either. Exactly.
Let's see the turn. Turn is a check of spades.
It's an interesting call from the rail.
2 pairs.
Queen of hearts.
From Magnus, queens and sixes. Pair of checks now.
How about blank?
Let's see the river card.
Elke looking for that heart. The river is a club, and Magnus Peterson is the champion. It was really the previous hand that did it. It dealt the blow to Elke. He didn't really recover from that, understandably. And then there was the unnecessary needle, but love him or hate him, Magnus Petersen, an EPT champion. 4 million Danish kroner, that is worth $706,000. Elke's runner-up prize, 2.3 million, which is around 400,000 Danish kroner. And don't cry for Elke, he has some success less than 12 months from now, which we'll come to in a later edition of EPT Retro, but that is still one of my favourite moments. You had two of them there. You had Richard Toth going with his instincts with the Queen 9 against Theo's aces, and then that horrible beat, that horrible cooler that Elke finds himself in, and just as he's kind of like thinking, I had it in my grasp, I'd almost won an EPT, and then he comes out with that line. Unbelievable.
I heard actually that years later, Richard Toth saw a doctor, and the doctor told him he was born without instinct.
So now we come to a new event on the European Poker Tour after the action wraps in Copenhagen. We fast forward from January to the month of March, and let's not forget, in the first two seasons, the grand final was held in March. It now moves to later in the spring, and we find ourselves in Germany for the first time, in the sleepy town of Dortmund, where we're going for the German leg of the European Poker Tour. And two key things to say about this one. First of all, a new event, a new destination. Secondly, live streams. Dortmund, 2007 was when EPT Live made its debut. This was the first event ever streamed at eptlive.com. That's where you could watch it back in the day. I was asked to do the live stream. I was not available. This was when I was still doing a daily radio show on LBC, and I couldn't get the time off. I could do TV commentary in and around my radio gig, but to take a chunk off work and go to actually attend the event and do multiple days commentary, I was unavailable.
So there was a time that you were burning the candle at both ends, like I often do, where you were doing your morning radio show and then working, afternoon into evening?
Yeah, absolutely.
That must have been killer.
Wait, are we just gonna breeze over the fact that I just discovered that James did a radio show? Tell us more about this.
I've discussed it in previous streams, Nick, but more than happy to tell you. I worked in radio back in the day, and I had a daily show on LBC. I did the morning show on the AM news station and then moved to the FM drive time show a year later. But yeah, it was a commitment.
He wasn't controversial enough to drive up ratings, unfortunately.
No, that is very true. But yeah, it meant that at that point, it was very awkward. And as we get into season 4, and I'll talk more about this next week, I was able to take some long weekends. I was able to do a deal where I could start going to the events because I really wanted to do the live streams. And I made my debut in Barcelona in season 4 on EPT Live. So no, I wasn't there. My understanding is it was very rudimentary. It was purely the line cut that was being produced in the gallery. There were no graphics, let alone hole cards. And they hadn't really figured out the interactive element at that stage. I think someone on the fly set up an email account so that people could send in questions. There wasn't really a roster of guest commentators. It was whoever was around they could grab to come into the booth. I believe
it was just a blank screen, and James would be like, "And the player in seat 1 raises."
As I said, wasn't even me. I couldn't even tell you who did the live stream from Dortmund.
And they're coming around the table. They're coming around the bend. He's got the button.
And I know that there were 3 languages back then, with the commentators all on site, and I think it was English, German, and Dutch at the start. And that was the case for Dortmund, and the case for the grand final in Monte Carlo a couple of months later. So there you go. There's a hashtag fun fact as we get the action started in Dortmund. This event. Let's do the fun facts, shall we? The key stats. March 2007, 8th to the 11th of that month. 493 entries, a 5k buy-in, prize pool of 2.3 million euros, 48 players due to be paid. As we pick up the action, there are fewer than 100 players remaining. 96 to be precise. And we're going to see who's at our very first feature table. We've got an EPT champion. It's Tan Duc Nguyen, who got his title in Baden earlier this season.
So you could say that this was kind of a tipping point for you, James, because this was part of your not at this point, because this is the one you make. But hereafter, you were finding more time to actually go to the events and becoming more and more involved with the EPT.
Yes, absolutely, which is very useful because when I got fired from doing commercial radio, I then had something to fall back on.
At the time, were you playing a lot of poker? Was it something that you were?
Not a huge amount. I had a regular home game. I'd occasionally play online, but I've never been a serious player and have never put in substantial volume.
Okay. And when you did your radio show, what was it? Was it music? Was it kind of just? Was it talk? Was it talk radio? What was the situation?
LBC is a talk station. So the back in the late 2000s, the AM station was just rolling news, kind of like Sky News on the radio, if you like.
Okay,
and the FM station, as it still is, was News Talk, where you basically get enraged about something you've read in the Daily Mail. Problem is, that's not me, and it really, really didn't work out.
Which, of course, went on to inspire the song "That's Not Me" in later years. Vandenberg with pocket fours.
Yeah, we've had the raise from Thierry Vandenberg, and now the re-raise from Miroslav Sima with ace jack.
You can double me up. I bust his aces now. I think I call. 6 more.
Loving these guys. Loving these characters so far.
For free.
That jacket, though.
Right?
I mean, not gonna lie, I'd wear that.
The pre-flop GG, nice hand, sir, as we go to the ace 6 deuce 2 diamond board.
You absolutely love to see it.
Maybe.
Oh, table talk, yes, please.
So, Sima.
Pretty good flop, maybe.
Yeah. A flop you love to see.
At 10,000.
Oh, thank you to whoever programmed Nightbot to make the delay of the free roll go up every time someone asks about it.
That is genius.
Thierry announces raise up to 23,000.
And this is some classic maneuver here. I don't know how much of this they just had at that last final table, Nick, but this just, for no other reason, raise than I don't think you have it, was a mainstay of this era.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes even deeper than that, right? Because it was a time where people had the inkling that people could do something with nothing, but they never really understood what that nothing would look like, right? So in their mind, nothing was just literally 7 deuce off every time or something like that, which, hence the
2 blanks.
The call with Queen Nine of Hearts we saw earlier, or the crazy shove with bottom pair on the Ace King 10 board we saw earlier as well, which actually got the fold.
Yeah, range is not quite a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I actually remember the moment. No help for the fours here. I actually remember the moment somebody first showed me sort of like, that square where you can look at, every single possible combination, And I was like, it really is that straightforward. But up until that point, I guess people weren't really looking at the game in that way.
Wait, what's this magical square you're talking about?
Like just like your generic hand chart, suited ace, all the suited hands on one side, all the unsuited. Have you never seen the square? Have you never seen the chart?
I can't spare a square. I don't have a square to spare.
I'm not sure about charts and squares. I do know that you shouldn't play weak aces.
I've heard that recently.
I was watching the EPT guys, and I top tips from the pros. That really was a fantastic moment. That killed me. I can't even imagine.
So a couple of years later, I did actually get to go to Dortmund, and it's a very, very strange place. Sleepy town with a casino in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give a shout out to our man Robin at PokerStars as well. Reminded us earlier that Dortmund was the greatest city ever to exist.
Is Wreck-It Robin from Dortmund?
Yeah, that's it. Wreck-It Robin. And he does such a fantastic job supporting all of us. Love that guy.
Danny Ryan is a player we'll see a few times in the coming seasons and events. He's going to raise with King Queen.
How many layers is this guy wearing?
Cool.
It's like a member of Queen from the 1970s stepped into a time machine.
Which is funny because it's like we stepped into a time machine here to try and witness this.
It's a double time machine.
It's your classic double time machine situation.
Marcus Golzer not going to get involved.
Golzer. There's always one.
Dropping plates.
So heads up to the flop. Ace-Jack versus King-Queen. And it is a Jack-10 deuce flop. Straight draw versus top pair. Hello to the Dragon, who points out that Danny Ryan used to be his favorite player.
Oh man, it's such a good shout about the member of Queen. That was, you can really see it. Who doesn't want to be Danny Ryan?
Yeah, he is a very tall guy. I'm not sure he's 7 feet tall, but well over 6 foot, certainly taller than me. Oh, wow. Broadway versus two pair.
God damn. Feels so good when you just turn it like that. How do I get paid? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he'll have Ace-Jack.
Sorry, Seema. You're caught in a landslide. No escape from reality.
Stop it. Ivana says, check raise, please.
Ask and ye shall receive.
And there is the raise from Ryan Ryan.
All in and a call.
Snap.
Ryan, the at-risk player, doesn't want to see an ace or a jack on the river.
Danny shows the nut straight, please. The nut straight.
River card is a 7. And Danny Ryan doubles up through Miroslav Seema. Early action from EPT3 Dortmund. 1,500, 3,000 blinds, and we're going to sweat with an EPT champion. Tan Duc wins at the table. We're going to play this hand from his perspective. Joe, I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thank you so much. I've pretty much always nailed these, so the pressure's really on. Different weird jacket now. Interesting.
Okay, King Queen offsuit. Raises, puts the sunglasses on. Marcus Golzer is on the button. The raise is to 7,000.
It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that twang. See, I'm trying to do a Joe, and I just don't have the skills.
I would have gone with my love don't cost a thing.
That is better. See, you got it. Sometimes you just got it.
And James, even though I know that if I was playing in this tournament, unless this 3-bet is like really insane pot odds, you can just fold king, queen.
Yeah, the re-raise is to 18,000. It's come from a player in position.
I didn't notice the graphic top right. Sweat with Fang.
Having said that, I like calling with king, queen because it's a fun hand.
And
you
because
feel
folding is boring.
And because folding is boring, that is correct. Please tell me this is a pre-flop fold sweat with. Nope, it is a call.
Do you know what? Bear in mind that these are still early days, relatively, for the EPT. Had that been a fold, I wouldn't have been surprised.
No, I would have been like, ah, you got me.
Okay, so top pair, solid kicker. What's not to like?
So the good news is we probably have the best hand. The bad news is if we don't, we're out.
Golzer can't have ace-king. We've got a blocker.
Golzer can have ace-king, obviously. James being sarcastic. But the thing I like about our situation is people are awfully punty still. Oh, boy.
Talking of
I do not
punty.
like that.
Check raise all in. Snap called by Golzer.
Yeah, it's aces. and that's why you don't go all in there. Now I was joking about needing to go broke, and maybe we do end up going broke by the end of this hand if we just play it normally. But when you jam there, you don't often get called by a hand.
This is just like that hand we saw earlier where the guy limps with aces and the guy just rips the top pair on the flop.
Correct.
And it's like, what are you getting called by here? What's the situation? What do you expect? Where's the outcome?
So that's going to be a double up for Marcus Golzer. Tanduk Win is now short, but still has chips. And yes, slightly overplayed, question mark? Let's have a look at the chip leaders. Oh no, we're looking at nationalities in the field. So unsurprisingly, the German leg of the EPT, most of the players came from Germany. Sweden and the UK putting up a good showing. I love the fact that there are 123 players in the other category.
17 from the US of A. I'm surprised in 2007 that even 17 people had their passports.
Hey, if TJ Cloutier is going to make it to Copenhagen.
Can you imagine TJ Cloutier having a passport? I can't. God, man, that would have been an awesome poker documentary. Getting TJ Cloutier walking around Copenhagen.
Why am I
in Europe
not
for the
watching
first
that right now?
Right?
Oh, again with the 7 deuce. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I think it was massively overlooked about how the gentleman that went on to win the previous EPT risked his tournament life with 7 deuce off and then proceeded to lecture the guy about playing the weak ace. Oh, it's glorious.
Something we've noticed in other broadcasts and probably hasn't been brought up yet today is that there was a lot of emotion and a lot of pride.
Yes.
You know, people take pride in winning poker tournaments, but there was pride involved in the hands and winning with 7 deuce and bluffing someone or
chips now, huh?
getting someone to fold top pair.
Yeah, show me. Show me.
It's very personal.
Yeah. Scrap.
When is it?
Let's see, 11, 13.
Yeah, and as you're saying that, they're saying, there's some table talk. Show me, show me the hand. Show me that you bluffed or, whatever.
Yeah, it was crap. Like, that was an insult that someone would raise you with a bad hand. It was very, very personal.
Maybe the EPT should bring back 7 deuce off bounties.
I assume someone's done a 7 deuce bounty tournament somewhere, but I've never seen it on our tour anywhere. Back when 3-betting was known as disrespecting me.
Yeah, but I've got 40K committed, and it's only another 2 million to call. Have to call.
Have to call.
At least we moved past the times where you literally weren't allowed to check raise.
Yeah.
Action has been folded to Danny Ryan, who is in the small blind here.
Oh, it's not Ryan. I got it. Danny Noonan with that mop.
Raises by 5,500, of course. Miroslav Sima in the big. Oh, re-raises with a legitimate hand, pocket queens.
Again, without knowing how deep these guys are, like there is an argument that you can sometimes call a re-raise here, but generally King 7 suited. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a case of people's ranges at this stage, right? People weren't 3-betting nearly as frequently. So, I mean, King 7 suited isn't really a hand you want to be with too often, really. Except for maybe in a heads-up situation, I guess, against the right opponent.
Well,
Flop comes king high anyway.
Yeah, you want to play it in this situation because look, you got top pair, you picked up a straight draw on the turn.
Not huge.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
You definitely don't want to play it in this situation.
I mean, at the end of the day, you just don't want to be playing those weak kings, you know?
Nick, do you think that there was maybe a time at any part of this hand where someone played it right?
At any stage in the hand, did you play?
Was there any recommended move at any juncture? I guess the 3-bet pre-flop with queens and.
Yeah, I think probably betting when you river a set is probably a good play too.
Got it.
Corrected. I actually don't mind the play with queens here.
Okay, I call.
Okay, I call, he says.
Danny Ryan is now Danny crying. It's okay if you want to smile. He's just looking at himself. Nice fingernails. It's French tip.
I mean, I have to say, I'm loving the crowds, man. It's a totally different vibe. I think James was mentioning earlier about why that was, because there were less side events or whatever. But yeah, the rail is awesome.
Good question here from Medizi. It says, is there a reason why nationalities seem to be so important in poker? We're getting the information about your nationality, but not about stack sizes. Good question. I think that back then, it was a lot more about the personalities than, it was about the people more than the strategy. The reason why people tuned in, right? People having a more acquired taste now, so they want to know more about stack size information, strategy, math. But then we wanted to know who these people were. So any information we could get across about them, I think, was helpful. So to be able to root for the Dutch guy or the German guy or the English guy, it helped us to get to know them more as people.
Yeah, and also this is still a fledgling poker tour, even in its third season. So what you're trying to demonstrate there is that it's truly an international tour and is attracting players from all over the world, not just Germans and not just Europeans.
Well, and like based on what you guys were saying as well, going to a flop.
Oh wow!
Flop with the spades. Based on what you guys were saying as well about, people taking pride in winning the hand with 7 deuce off, there's probably a lot of national pride associated with the tour as well.
Oh boy, this doesn't happen, does it? This doesn't happen. No.
straight, flush, everything. You can win. Zwei Spiele kannst du gewinnen. Du kannst 2 Spiele gewinnen.
But yeah, as I think more and more, for want of a better word, theory is written about tournament poker, then more information becomes available when we start putting the importance on how these chips translate into big blinds, how many chips players have during a hand, and how that influences their decisions. We see the evolution in the coverage of the game as we see the evolution in the players and the spectators' understanding of it.
Right.
Sebastian Ruthenberg, the current chip leader, by the way.
Now I've got both of you on comms. Here's what everybody really wants to know. Who's the better poker player, James and or Joe?
James is way better.
I don't think that's true. I think Joe is inevitably... The problem is, if you're comparing it to like the games we play, I think inevitably, Joe, like if we play live, I think you feel the need to entertain the table, which maybe means you're not 100% focused. I think also patience has always been a factor for you with multi-day MTTs. But then look at what happened in that Shooting Star event.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was due for like a deep run in something, just because it will happen to everyone eventually. Now, I don't think I'm as bad as I make myself out to be. I think that my biggest flaw, you hit it, which is patience. And when I was playing in a 5K, I was able to be very patient because I was terrified.
You almost needed to have that monetary pressure in order to actually perform at your best.
But I think that if I were going to be like, let's just say like I've got magically dropped a bankroll to be a tournament pro for a year, I would probably play a lot more like I play the other times when I didn't play as patient. I think that, but I definitely am impatient, yes. James has got me beat in that respect. We are flipping deuces against King 4.
So yeah, Seema putting his opponent to a decision for all of his chips, shoved on the shorty, Tanduk Win calls it off, and is ahead for now.
4 King deuces.
Oh wow, is Tang going to get counterfeited here?
Ooh, 10 on the river would be cheeky.
I'll allow it.
That's a 7. Deuces hold. And
so Deuces never loses, and it is always coming 7.
Absolutely. And Tanduk Win celebrated there almost as hard as he did when he actually won an EPT.
I mean, these historical documents are just indicating what was always true. It's always coming 7, and those deuces indeed never fail to win.
Maybe the inception of it right there. Convergence of the universe.
So let me float an idea past you guys. There seems to be some debate as to who's the better player, at least between you two. What about James versus Joe, the decider, live on Twitch?
I hate heads-up poker.
Oh.
Gone all in here. I thought for a moment it was Gary Turnbuckle, but it's actually Barnes from the UK with the ace-queen.
Barnes, Skibblisk.
I mean, you've got to give this guy respect. He's wearing a Rio jacket. That means he probably once walked past a table at the World Series of Poker.
It's tough being a private eye in San Francisco in the 1970s.
I've been on more stakeouts. I'm just gonna say it. I feel like seat 1 here might be that guy who works in the server room on Silicon Valley.
Thomas Fougeron reshoves with kings.
Still action to go before we get back to Barnes. Whoa, what does that hand motion mean? That often means all in. Careful of that. Come on, goal, sir.
You got two people all in sweat and waiting to see the out. Cracking joke.
Fougeron does not like the fact he's up against an ace. Clearly been there, seen it, done it.
He had kings beaten by ace-9 once.
He beat me to it, Joe.
8, 9. Turn card. Jack.
Not much to dislike about this board until the turn.
Barnes calls for the 10. It's a king. It's a full house for Fougeron, and he eliminates Barnes.
Is he taking off a wire? Is he taking off a wire?
I tried to get the evidence. Failed.
He's going back to England empty-handed.
Local police putting him in the EPT as a plant and fails to make the final table with the.
That happened in Deauville.
Oh yeah.
Special Agent Frank Calfond.
Everyone's favorite Interpol agent / semi-professional poker player. 4K, 2K, 4K blinds.
Back when James and I used to write actual songs for the coverage and not just jingles.
I think that's still on YouTube somewhere, by the way. Ace King for Danny Ryan.
Yeah, I know it wasn't you guys that wrote it, but that poker rap will never leave my brain.
James had quite a bit of input, I think, on the poker rap.
Check, check, raise hell. Better raise those angels.
Better know that
Was
range well.
Was that one of your lines, James?
I provided the facts, just the facts.
Luca Pagano. Yeah, it was a strong one.
Well, we've already had victory for Victorin at Victoria.
Nice.
I believe I was given the opportunity to have input, and I was like, you don't want my input.
12,001.
It turned out way better than anything I could have done.
Instead of Luca Pagano, would my cock have made a a feature?
Here's my top 10 list of the most dirty-sounding names in the history of the EPT.
Joe's
Blanco from the.
Joe's
What's
version
that?
would have been season 1. We went to a couple of places. There was that guy and that hand. So Cristiano Blanco called with the king queen, has a gut shot. Both players pair their king on the turn.
Carmageddon requesting the Staves first Hardigan tournament. I tried to float.
If there was going to be a full-on tournament of PokerStars personalities, I would play. But as far as a grudge match against James Hardigan, I don't have a grudge and I don't want to start one. Like,
artificial grudge match.
yeah.
What
Yeah,
we should
I
do,
could
Joe, is
argue
we should agree to it and then troll the hell out of everyone by literally just limping and checking it down every single hand. As Blanco gets there on the river.
James Hardigan, I have no beef with you.
Oh, that is not the river you want to see.
No.
You have ace king.
You absolutely hate to see it. I think we see a call here. I think we see a call and like a confirmation of like, yep, of course. I think this is one of those situations where it's like a masochistic call. You know you're beat, and you call knowing that at least you can complain about getting sucked out on if you lose.
You take that home as a memento.
This is legitimately the thought process I know because I routinely experience it.
Is this part of the patience problem? The
Yes.
patience problem, Joe?
You're like the only hands that are winning now are hands that I was beating pre-flop. And then you refuse to accept it.
Kind of like that. Kind of like that one time Mike Hawk was saying that he had top pair and he knew it wasn't the best hand, but he had to call, and then was still frustrated by the fact that he made the call knowing that it was the worst hand.
Exactly. Like, it looks like plenty of chips to be able to get away from this hand and still have... Oh, okay. Yes! Good fold.
All right.
Not a Blanco on that river.
A smattering of applause from two people.
That was the lamest applause I think we've had so far.
Clap.
Get your claps in the chat. For the
New
fold.
player coming to the feature table. This is Mudassar Khan, who has 40K. I think we're getting close to the bubble, by the way. We started with 96 players. 48 get paid, and I think we're down to like 55, 60 players at this point.
We're almost
This
to
is
1,000. We're almost to 1,000 claps in the chat, you guys. Come on, you can do better than that.
This is where the punting tends to get fast and furious.
Oh, yeah.
Just before the bubble.
With the bubble looming. As Thierry Vandenberg opens with ace-10. Round to the blinds. Blanco with Jack-9. Folds. So Fougeron in the big blind.
Oh.
And he says all in.
Have to call.
HTC syndrome, very much a thing when you've only got 15K behind. And Vandenberg is at risk and way behind.
Huh? 2 tens, you can do it.
She couldn't do.
One time lucky in my life.
One time get lucky in my life. Amen, brother.
Berg. Spades, come on, baby.
A lot of spades.
You would know from looking at his face that Fougeron
One more.
Oh my God.
Come on, please help me. One time.
is a
lucky.
huge
He'll
favorite.
take it. He
The
will
4 of spades.
One time.
take it.
Come on,
The
please.
4 of spades.
It's a straight. Split pot. It's a split pot. No.
Good putt, I know.
Nice try, buddy. I like
Best
it.
hand in the whole table. Pocket fours was my best hand in this hand.
Okay.
Sick.
Okay, no problem.
Can I do?
What can you do?
What can you do?
You can't. You can't do.
Still at the 2K, 4K blind level, getting close to the bubble in this event. EPT 3 Dortmund, played in March 2007.
The first man in EPT history to realize that it's always coming 7.
We had a hand where it came 7 at the final table of the very first EPT. It's clearly always been there.
Yeah,
It
it's
came
just
7 very hard.
it just took us a while to see the pattern, you know.
Well, it took a German philosopher called Andre Latau to bring it to our attention. And for his less than able assistant to explain it badly multiple times.
Who, even though I know his full name, will forever be Sevens guy.
So goals are open with sevens. Khan has moved all in with fours.
Oh, okay. Don't see that too often.
I hope I'm in good shape if I can't please.
People just taking breaks in the middle of a poker tournament.
I assume that he had walked away from the table before the cards were dealt and didn't walk away while players were acting, because that would be a penalty for officially acting out of turn.
I will say in the early days that wasn't always ruled a penalty, but I would assume he probably was not there.
I'm getting the impression the cards were dealt to that player even though they weren't at the table and weren't actually taken by the dealer until it was that missing player's turn to act.
Boy, they ran out of people to oversee these feature tables, huh? If the guy who created it all is counting down chip stacks.
Lee Jones couldn't work every waking hour of the day, Joe.
I have a beer.
It's like Colonel Sanders coming out and changing the garbage. AFC.
Is it a tell that he announced that he had a pair? He immediately said.
That is a call. So looks like it's Mudassar Khan who's the at-risk player here and is dominated.
Pair of fours for Mudassar. Pair of sevens for Marcus. Makes a great call.
Please take it in turns to show your cards.
Okay, now you show. Now you react. Now you show.
5, 5, 6. Turn.
Man, if you have fours and you see this flop, you'd think you love it.
Now you love it.
Oh, man.
Loving that turn card. 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 cards straight out there. But that is a blank, and that will see Khan double up through Golza.
Don't even have the straight ass when he hits the 4.
Yeah.
If you lose hands like that, you can't do anything, you know, what can you do? It's just sick.
I know the feeling. I lose many hands too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we've got another new player coming to the table, Andreas Hagen.
He is hogging all the chips. He may have his fair share. I don't really know. Spike says Hagen translates to the garden.
Hagen in the garden.
All right, boys, I'm ready for you. Finally.
Young Pole says the other announcer is a moron. I will have you know his name is James Hardigan, and he is very smart. How dare you?
This is a raise from Cristiano Blanco with the King Queen. Round to Marcus Golza in the big blind.
Wow. I'm all in.
He has to call.
All in with sevens.
So
Yeah.
2,400 more.
This is going to be a race. Oh, come on, you're committed.
He has to call.
Let's flip the coin.
Oh, I had this one teed up for you, James. Ready?
Yep.
Like No Country for Old Men versus There Will Be Blood, one of these two 2007 things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Like it.
Flop comes. Deuce, deuce, deuce.
No deuce. Another deuce.
Never call out the outs. Don't remind them.
And no king and no queen.
Don't remind them, goal, sir. Poker gods were like, oh, wait, queens, we forgot. There it is.
Marcus Golzer eliminated. And that is going to leave us with 50 players in this main event. 48 paid. And that means we are pretty much on the bubble here in Dortmund on season 3 of the EPT. And we have got a new feature table. And Lee Big Horse Jones is back on the mic. At our new feature table, we've got Matthias Anderson.
Hello.
Philip, yay.
Yeah.
Blind to 3,000, 6,000 with a 600 ante.
Yeah, it says. Oh. Okay.
Raises with 10 for a diamonds. Yeah.
18,000.
Ah. Christy Johansson. An EPT runner-up. Second to Jan Bubli in Barcelona in season 2. And this is Florian Langman from Germany.
James, it's so sad. Like, now these guys look familiar, and I don't know if it's because I remember them from the present or the past.
Probably the past. By the way, I don't know if you heard that announcement in the background there, Joe. 49 players. Everyone's been told to pause at the end of this hand. Looks like hand for hand is now a thing.
Hey, all right. Well done. It only took him into season 3.
So pure bubble time. EPT3 Dortmund.
Having said that, I'm willing to bet that at this time, lots of other tours still hadn't figured out the bubble. Then hand for hand.
And Johansson all in with ace queen.
Risking himself as the potential bubble boy.
That's another raise and take it.
In the strictest sense, yes, but open shoving on the bubble, fairly exciting.
Yes, Uncle Jonesy. Team Poker Ducks lives.
Does the H in Lee H. Jones stand for horse, and it's in all capital letters, and that's why he's Lee Big Horse Jones?
Why not?
Lee Horse Jones. Lee Big Horse Jones.
Folded around the Florian on the button. Makes it 18,000 total.
The raise is to 18,000.
Strange hand to open with. And he's opening into the big blind of the guy with all of the chips.
Who has 6-3 of hearts.
Now this is going to be, for the time, like a wild defend. Which somehow probably now is a perfectly fine defend.
How much? 18? 18. I call. 25.
It's the kind of thing that I think is too loose, but I'm sure lots of people have an argument for it, especially if they think they have a post-flop edge.
9 of diamonds, 8 of spades. Philip checks.
Longman has bottom pair, but he is the 97% favorite.
30.
Florian bets 30,000.
That's a big bet.
I feel really bad pointing out mistakes in these shows. But it is Florian Langman, not Florian Longman.
Oh, no. Can you imagine if there was a Florian Langman and a Florian Longman?
This is 100% Florian Langman.
Too many Florians.
Spoiler alert, you're going to see him again on the EPT.
I would have thought so.
4-8 blinds, still on the bubble. 49 players remain, 48 get paid.
We make some and small blind. Jesper has the big blind. The highest cast of the action is on Krister.
Does Florian Langman eventually become a sponsored pro?
I don't know.
It would be funny if he ended up getting a deal because he called and complained about his name being spelled wrong here. They're just like, all right, take one. Everybody's getting them anyway.
I mean, not being funny, that it was a completely plausible scenario back in 2007.
Yeah.
Philip raises to 16,000. Frederick folds. The action is on Jesper.
So much pain, so much torture here. Remember, we are on the bubble. And Jesper Whitford decides to go all in with ace-jack.
Oh, man, you just hate being in this spot on the bubble against the chip leader who can call you with, like, such a wide range. Your tournament life is at risk now. On the bubble. I don't know, man.
You know what to say.
I don't know.
The only players double up.
Yeah. Don't turn the cards over yet, guys.
No showdown, please.
Jesper is all in. Turn them up, gentlemen.
Okay, so clearly play had concluded at every other table. This is it. This is the bubble hand. I mean, as things stand, there's a 2-to-1 chance that the at-risk player is going to get the double up. But I don't know. I just predict something nasty is going to happen here.
Yeah, no, this is how it always used to happen.
You can see the king hiding back there. You could see the little
see it.
tip of the K.
Just the tip is all it's going to take.
Or an ace, or he will be out of the tournament. Turn card,
Somebody is going to need to put Jesper in the Whitford protection program.
Turn card is a 9. That does not help him. Jesper needs either a 10 or an ace, or he will be our 49 player.
You heard Big Horse. Ace or a 10 needed. It's the 10.
Okay.
He does get the double up. Makes a straight on the river.
Okay, he deserved that.
He is not the bubble boy.
Wow, that was a look of both contempt and agreement that it was a good game after all.
I can't take out a qualifier.
And so we cut forward now to where we are in the money. Everyone now guaranteed at least 5,800 euros.
World famous non-bubble coverage.
And we have a shove here from Marcus Schlepphorst.
Do you think that really translates to like a horse that schlep things?
My German fails me here. I don't. I can't translate either parts of that last name.
16,600.
Krista Johansson calls, and it's a non-traditional race.
I don't like these races. Don't. It's just so much. It's so brutal when you have the sevens here and you get.
Yeah,
by Jack 9.
you know you're always calling, but then you realize it's still a race. It's just not. It's not what you want. You want to find ace 5, right? Ace 5 would.
There's the jack. Now Krister will need help. Turn card, please.
Schlep it to Schlepphorst.
That's a 9. 3 hearts. Neither player has a heart. So Krister needs a 7.
So
No 7 on the river.
2 out.
And that's going to put a major dent into Krista Johansson's stack.
Yeah.
So earlier on, we were talking about how during this time, during this era of poker, a lot of people were qualifying tees on one of the many online, and there were so many of them going on, etc. So generally speaking, we had some people that were, without a doubt, recreational playing these big events, right? That's what you were saying earlier, Joe.
Almost exclusively.
So my question is, James, what were the parties like? Because obviously, you know, these days, you got some people with some pretty serious money behind them, some guys that have made a lot of money playing poker. Was it just as rad, or was it a little bit more tame?
Well, bear in mind that at this point in time, I've only actually been to one EPT, which was Dortmund in season 1, where
And
Deauville.
it was the best EPT ever.
Deauville season 1, and I've already referenced the after party was amazing. If they were like that at every event, then people were having the times of their lives on this tour.
Nick, I can't speak to the EPT parties, but I'll just say that my guess is I had a similar experience in the US of A while this is happening, and every party was insane.
Like super lit.
Yeah, because
Like,
you got
I think I went.
It's not
I think I
about the
went to one
players having the
party that
money.
was-
It's the sites having the money, right, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I went to one party that was so lit, there was actually a money burning pit. Like they would just hand you a stack of hundreds and you could just light it on fire.
Krista Johansson all in here with top pair. However, we see Langman fold. Anderson has 2 pair, and that's going to put Johansson at risk.
Krister getting worked a little bit.
How does one go about making a money-burning pit, Joe? What goes
It's
into
just
that?
a large fire that you drop $100 bills into from the balcony.
Aces and queens are Krista Johansson's outs. 1 card to come. It's a 3, and Johansson is eliminated. 46th place finisher in EPT3 Dortmund, cashing out for 5,800 euros, which is a min cash. He made it into the money, but he will go no further.
So I know I brought this up before, but it's a 5K buy-in and the min cash is 5,800.
Still not as bad as the very first EPT, which is a 1K buy-in with a 1,100 euro min cash. And these are the chip leaders at this point in the event. Jonathan Lodden is among the big stacks with 45 players remaining. And we'll pick up the action very shortly. One thing I haven't highlighted so far, guys, and wanted to say is while we're doing these retro streams and reliving these events, there's some companion coverage going on over at the PokerStars blog. Howard Swains and Stephen Bartley still work for the blog. Both of them were reporters on the tour back in the day, and Howard has been doing some retrospective features on what happened in the different seasons, so you can read about some of his highlights from behind the scenes on EPT Season 3, as well, of course, as continual coverage of the Turbo Series, which is still going on Stars right now. If you feel like playing some poker while you're also watching some poker here on Twitch or YouTube. So we are now going to fast forward to the final 4 tables. We got down to 45 in that show. We're now going to pick up the action with 32 players remaining as we play down to the final table of the first ever German EPT, the first ever EPT Dortmund. March 2007. Who we got on the main stage now? Oh, I can see the Milky Bar Kid. Ben Grundy's at the table.
Benjamin Grundy. It's been a real treat watching him grow up over the last 3 years.
Uh-oh,
And-
deep V alert, deep V alert.
Yeah. This guy wants us to know what is on his chest. Mark Bartlog.
During this era, it was really important to assert your dominance with an absolutely ludicrously deep V. Oh, that peel.
You know what they say? Is that Scott Clements? No, it is not. Marco Lizzie.
Is that Spraggy?
Lizzie. Spraggy's older brother checks. Jacob Rasmussen. Always sounds like a move in Street Fighter. And Rasmussen flops trips.
Rasmussen.
That's better.
It's a pretty good looking flop if you got 4 tray.
And it's also a pretty good looking flop if you have 9-9. Leezy leading for 20,000. And wow, just the insta all in from Rasmussen. Easy fold for Bartlog.
So the 9s have a decision, right? They're like, does he have a deuce? Does he have a flush draw? Or does he?
People.
They're never going to put him on the 4, right?
People did do this with deuces. People do this with 4s a lot, just from what we've seen so far from this era.
Yeah.
And what we want to think about with the modern day lens is, one of your best case scenarios with 9s here is that your opponent is semi-bluffing, and there's not a ton of semi-bluffs on this board except for 2 overs that are diamonds.
Yeah, which sucks pretty hard for you. The other problem you have though with 9s here, like real talk modern day, is he can still have pocket 6s, he can still have pocket 7s, I guess. He makes the call. Although it is difficult to tell, if he's going to have those hands without seeing more information on the stacks, etc.
Leezy does, in fact, fall for it. And he is drawing pretty thin, and that is deadness. Quads.
And the thin gets thinner.
Leezy is going to double up Rasmussen. And my guess is this was an unraised pot pre-flop. Oh my God, TV's Michael Cera.
Mate, thanks for letting me see that one. Yeah, thanks.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The rub down for no raise pre-flop from the ace jack.
It wasn't even just like a passing comment. He made eye contact. He was like, hey, are you listening? Thanks for letting me see that one, buddy. There you go. That's the mindset. See?
That was the mistake.
Expert analysis from the comms. Good job, Joe.
Yeah, well, you had the other half of that where he's like, you can't have 6s and 7s.
Yeah,
so that's
exactly. Yeah.
plausible.
Yeah. But it's an interesting conversation, though, right? Like, there are lots of situations, at level 1 where you're going, well, if I have the best hand, I have the best. What if he just has the flush draw? But in situations like that, you correctly point out that if he does have just the flush draw, he often has 2 overcards to go with it, which is just awful for the outcome where you actually do have the best hand. If the best case scenario is that he's going to turn over 2 overs and a flush draw, it's not a good spot. It's not a good spot for you. I don't really blame him for calling with 9s, but it's difficult to tell without stack depths and stuff like that.
For the ruling.
Grundy opening, it looks like, with ace 4 of clubs.
Mark folds, Watson folds, Chris folds. Actions on Michael.
2 6s look good enough to play with. All right, get it together. You want to take that over? You want to start over? Just take it from the top.
Oh, God.
I believe we are looking at Michael Mucklish. There it
Nice.
is, Mucklish. I prefer Francis Foldbaum. Michael Mucklish, also good. He's in with his 6s.
We've been getting pretty lucky with the interesting last names today. Just throw it in the Mucklish. I'm not sure if Grundy watched the previous season of EPT about those weak aces.
This is a fairly dangerous board. Grundy flops the gut shot. Mucklish with middle set, and he's not going to slow play it. I'm going to clap for that. I'm going to clap for that. We see way too many people slow playing their sets.
Amen.
In 2007.
Although, unfortunately, in this situation, it's not going to get paid off. Hashtag fun fact, you guys. After the previous EPT was aired, nobody played Ace Deuce for at least 6 months thereafter in the entire planet Earth.
Everyone was scared of the bad aces. Flies 5,000, 10,000 now. Now's when the real poker starts. Prize 41st, 48th, 5,800, 33rd, 6,000, 25th, 32nd, 9,250, 17. Bartlog in there with the 5-4 of diamonds.
Hold your fire in the chat saying I folded Ace Deuce off in December 2000 for it to sting. Amen.
Raise and take it for the Bartlog. I want to see Bartlog versus Balrog.
It was at that point in the tournament he decided to change gears. He undid one more button.
Just spit all over my computer. Thanks, Nick.
Some serious Matrix vibes here.
50,000.
If the Matrix, if Neo owned like a hardware store.
Steeler. Ace Jack. Christoph Steeler. And what does Steeler do? Huh? Steals the blinds.
Putting in the steal.
Stuck in the middle with you. Steeler's wheel. Bye, Ben Grundy. Your parents are here.
The steal
You
from
don't have to leave,
Steeler.
but you have to go. They said that you haven't checked in this hour. You got to go out and talk to them. So these are the EPT rankings of champions and or people who have been doing well since the inception, since the start of the tour. Patrick Antonius in the top 10, Roland DeWolf, Julian Thu, Brendan Schaefer, Lenny, whose first name I should remember, but I don't. Ram Vaswani up top.
The button is unmarked. Toss has a small blind 5,000. Chris has a big blind 10,000.
5,000, 10,000. Still.
Oh, players eliminated Viswani. Spillier. Mr. Greco.
Jens passes. The action is on mark on the button.
raise from Bartlog. Last time we saw him raise and take it.
What is Bartlog sniffing right now? He's got like a piece of lavender or something in his hand.
Oh yeah, I think it's a mutton chop bone.
He's just been feasting like a medieval king.
Yeah.
Is it sage? The world needs to know. There you go, chat. Little task for you. Reach out to Mr. Bartlog. Ask him what he was sniffing that day.
I don't want to be a whiner, but that was 3 raise and take it hands in a row.
Do you think they were struggling for content on this table?
I don't know, or maybe they're building to some kind of culmination.
It's the same lavender from Back to the Future Part 3. Good shout.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, if somebody could find out what he was sniffing that day, that'd be fantastic.
I'm pretty sure various types of herbs are legal in certain parts of Copenhagen, so maybe it was that.
Oh yeah, in the Christiania, is that what it's called?
I don't know, man. I haven't been, but I'm looking forward to it one day.
It's a beautiful city.
Rasmussen.
Rasmussen, the Pocket Kings.
Yeah, boy. Take it easy, Lazy.
Marco announces that he's all in.
And course.
Jakob says call.
All right,
All in
going
from
in.
Lazy. Call from Rasmussen. Lazy at risk and behind. Bit of a defeated face already. Can he get lucky and catch an ace? Only 1 spade on this flop.
2 clubs and a spade.
So some backdoors he wouldn't be super disappointed to see.
He will be out of the tournament.
Spade, a 10, a king. And that is not even close.
None of that.
Dead to an ace on the river.
River card, please.
It's a tray.
It's a tray.
Out of the tournament, ESR.
Take it sleazy, Leezy. Smell you later.
Quick look.
First card was bad on the flop.
Eliminated by Jacob Rasmussen. Marco Leezy out in 27th for 9,250 euros. So, hey, people are finally almost doubling their money.
So at that stage, was it just a super flat payout?
It was fairly flat, but they paid fewer places than you would think.
Wow.
Like they were still only paying like 9 or 10% of the field, but it was just pretty flat.
So it was just ultra top heavy then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like in fact, I can tell you what the payouts were here in Dortmund. 672,000 for first. That's in euros. Second, 380,000.
We just got a new player to the table, Gunnar Rabe, I believe, or is it Gunnar Rabe? What a name.
I do like a Gunnar. Love me some Gunnar. We've got a call from Tommy Dender, which that's got to be a made-up name. Nobody's name is Tommy Dender. We are sweating with Tommy. We're going to play it from this made-up guy's name's perspective. Tommy Dender is definitely the Gary Turnbuckle of EPT Dortmund.
Yes, very nice.
Action on Gunnar Rabe. I'm going with Gunnar Rabe.
Monster too.
Okay. If he checks, I promise to check.
Koivu checks the big.
Nice, isn't it?
So it looks like we limped with Dender. Don't love a limp.
I promise to check, and I do.
He's a
Koivu
man of
checks.
his word.
Back on us, the original limper. I don't know. Check.
I'm glad to see that the tape accessory on the hats is still persisting through this season. Looking fresh,
Okay,
my friend.
So what do we do now?
I mean, if you're gonna Rabe, you gotta think this flop is pretty good for you. You're definitely taking at least one shot here, and he does.
Quavo folds. Dender with the draw to both the nut straight and the nut flush.
I mean, there's no universe where Dender, having not c-bet, doesn't complete with the backdoor draw here. That's just how it goes.
Well, Nick, you can't c-bet if you don't raise pre-flop.
Here we go.
I think that this is a very tough board to get a fold on. Okay, so he does just call.
There's not a universe where he doesn't complete here. Every single time.
Catches his straight on the river.
Yeah.
Rabe checks.
Now, assuming that Rabe doesn't actually have a 9 in this situation. Or 2 pair plus. Oh, here we go, the Hollywood. He grabs his chips. He lets go. He checks his cards. He's really selling it. He's all in.
And then they go all in.
That's right.
I mean, this is just screaming fold to me.
It's just.
Please fold. I had you until the river.
Exactly.
Please fold.
But I have the ace, so you have to fold.
I know
Oh.
you have 2 aces.
Yeah. No, I got 1 ace on. Save your money. I'll show you it.
He is telling the truth. All of the truth.
Is that allowed on a poker table?
Can Rabe handle the truth?
You can't handle the truth.
I don't think he can handle the truth.
Oh, he's shaking his head. He's leaning back. He's standing up. He's ready to go. My man's pulling out all the stops.
Sam asks, how many sweat with hands have you had where you have the nuts on the river easy game? Yeah, I don't think this has ever happened.
Rabe, stop looking at the board and look at the guy look at what the guy's doing. He's giving you the information. Do you think a man who's bluffing would stand up? Oh, he's pacing now. This is the Hollywood that we all wanted to from EPT
Why
Retro.
would anyone do this if they didn't want to call?
He's just really
I just can't.
What was that move?
Please.
Was that a reaction to a call or a fold?
I don't think so. No, I think it was just an additional ploy to try and get a call.
Just a spasm?
Because he would hate a call right now, Joe. He would hate a call. I pity the fool who calls.
Maybe you have pocket 9s.
I don't want this to work. I really don't want this to work.
He calls.
That's the call from Rabe.
I have the nuts.
Has he showed his hand yet?
He's slow
Oh
rolling.
my god. Slow rolls.
Oh
Nuts.
man.
Rabe makes the call with 2 pair. Dender.
Hulking out.
The great pretender.
I feel bad. This makes me feel bad, Joe. I feel bad about this.
With an acting job for the ages.
I feel sad. I was really enjoying commentary until just now.
What did you show up? I didn't see it.
Queen 10.
Queens.
Queen 10.
2 pairs.
Okay, so button on.
Still don't believe him. Oh.
Well, it got him paid. Maybe it was that twitching maneuver that really fooled him.
Do you think anyone, I mean, I would love to see someone do that when they genuinely don't want the call.
I mean, it would be a pretty sick double bluff, right? I mean, it'd be pretty funny to see that, the guy that you actually from later on with his friends, he's like, you wouldn't even believe what I've ever entire life. Meanwhile, you're sat there with 7 deuce, about to win that EPT 2021 7 deuce off bounty.
Eric Lindbergh, ace queen, raising to 26,000 from the button. And gets shipped on by Mudassar Khan. And it's Domination Nation. Khan about to feel some wrath. Not quite the no-win scenario. And the queen on board does not help Khan's chances. Neither does the queen on the turn. Some chop opportunities now open up, I guess. But that full house is not a chop full house. That one goes to Lindbergh. Khan eliminated. 23rd place. 17,000, sorry, 12,750 euros.
I'm loving the claps in the chat today, you guys. We're almost up to 1K.
Clap.
Wow. Oh, what was that first card?
I don't know.
Ace Jack of clubs.
Oh, just a limp again? Is this a trap with ace jack suited?
Was it a trap with ace 7 suited?
Yes.
Obviously. He had the nuts. All right, so he's going to come along with the ace deuce of spades as well. He does have position on Dender, so some merit there.
And don't forget, it's unraised.
Yeah, Steeler just wants to come along for it. Check, check in the big blind. Robbie's got queen 4 off this time.
Flop poker, here we come. Yeah, poker. Poker. We have chances.
And that flop is king, queen 5, 2 hearts. So both Steeler and Robbie hit their queens. Those are the best hands. Steeler has Robbie outkicked for now. And here comes Steeler all in. Another situation where he's going to get the exact action he wants here, I think. But in general, this shove. No, he doesn't even get a shove from the costly second best hand. Sorry, a call. And you're going to get a lot of, you're going to get snapped off here every time you're beat.
Yeah, right.
And make nothing when you're ahead.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those spots again we've been seeing quite a lot of.
I can't beat even your flush draw, so.
I can understand the emotional response to want to just get the hand over and done with.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
you're
really
first.
risking a lot.
You're first to act in a 4-way pot. You're just open ripping middle pair. It's. I mean, the only outcome you want is 3 folds, really. Maybe you get called by like 6, 7 of whatever the flush draw was.
I mean, you should be getting called by the worst queen. Just shows you how little money that move is going to make you.
Yeah, amen. My man rocking a timepiece. He's all in.
Mike C.
71,000.
And here comes, oh my goodness, that is Nicola Levy. Holy.
And Levi says, "See you later."
Is
I'm all
Heuvel
in.
in this too? No. Come on, Andreas. Let's go. All right, yeah, we don't care.
Ever the showman.
Stop it.
Nicholas has pocket jacks against ace-7 for
So Nicola Levy is a guy that did a fair amount of commentary with James and I about, what, 8 years after this.
Really?
Flop's top set pretty much has C drawing dead.
There you go, we see the turn card. There's an ace.
An ace on the turn is not good enough. This is an A and B conversation. See yourself out.
See, you shouldn't have played that weak ace.
Weak ace city. My goodness. C eliminated in 21st place, still 12,750. I am loving how we skip from like 18 players when we end one show and then just have 8 left for the next one. That's the most agonizing part of the tournament.
Yeah.
IMO.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, you know, I think everyone knows that feeling of starting a tournament. And I think most people have some experience of finishing a tournament, but all the really difficult stuff happens right in the middle, doesn't it? That's the real testing ground. I think that's where champions are made.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
By far my worst, my least favorite part of the entire tournament.
Apart from cashing to making the final table, ugh.
Yeah. I think definitely the hardest part to play, without a doubt.
And raise and take it for Rabe. Got a nut and bolt as his card protector. I bet they're called something weird in England. I gotta get James to tell me what a nut and bolt is called. Like a scammy and a wazzy.
What do they call it? That's a great question. It's not nut and bolts. It's a nut and washer. Perhaps.
Interesting. Ace something for Rabe. And we know how active he is. Ace 8 just limps.
A bibbly and a squibbler. There you go. Aced it.
Is that the cutoff or the hijack?
I think that's the cutoff.
Limps the cutoff. I can never tell the difference between the cutoff and the hijack.
I mean, even just between those two episodes, we're seeing a lot more limping here than we did in the previous table. The previous tournament, I should say.
Maybe the previous location had something to do with it. We're in Germany. The EPT is brand new in Germany. And, you know, countries do go through different timelines with their poker evolution. Now, obviously, these aren't exclusively German players.
Which is kind of funny because German players these days are some of the absolute finest on the planet.
So Dender doing a little more pretender work. This is all way too animated. That time it was legitimate.
Please don't show this.
All right, guys. Hashtag fun facts. Dender was in fact the inspiration for the Foo Fighters song "The Pretender" many years later, having rewatched this season of the EPT.
It's a hashtag fake fact. James is very strict about his fun facts and his fake facts.
Okay.
Wake up!
Dave Grohl actually admitted that in an interview to Rolling Stones magazine, 2019.
Where are you reading these from? It's like It does seem like you're genuinely reading them off a website, so well played.
Is the delivery like I've just found a Wikipedia and I'm just finding it immediately? I think The Pretender did come out in 2007, honestly.
Pretty close.
That
I think
would-
it might
that
have
would-
been 1 year later, but
Well, you know, innocent until proven guilty. Prove me wrong.
Rami still trying to decide how to respond to this 3-bet from Heuvold.
Good fold.
Good fold indeed.
Monster.
Ah, Dender. Don't touch me.
Position.
Remember when
Yes, fresh face.
a perfectly legitimate strategy was to just yell out the word position?
Or monster.
Monster.
Yeah, I do apologize for the hashtag fake fact being presented as a hashtag fun fact. My friend Alan dared me to sneak in another one after the previous, so it just came to me so perfectly. It was such a good spot.
Alan, you old son of a gun.
You old son of a gun.
Okay, well, someone's actually raising pre-flop. This is Eric Lindbergh. Nicola, who we just saw win the last pot he played in a major way, knocked a player out.
How much you have? 250 roughly, I guess.
Nicola, one of the most likable French people I've ever met.
It strikes me even after two seasons or 2 episodes that Ace Queen suited is the most costly hand in the game of No Limit Hold'em tournaments. That's not to say it doesn't win, but it just feels like it's always going in bad, like every single time.
It is pretty easy to get it in bad with Ace Queen.
Yeah, it is.
Does somebody want to explain to player loaded what they're watching?
I just saw that as well.
Here is the re-raise from Levy.
Poker Stars broadcasting in SD.
Lindbergh moves all in. And unless you've somehow painted yourself into a corner in an HTC have-to-call situation, I would be pretty reluctant to call it off. Which is why maybe you don't 3-bet this.
90 players.
Oh my god.
Ah, the mess I put myself in.
Yeah.
The Pretender was in fact released in 2007.
Nice.
That's amazing. Aced it.
Nicola lays it down. Good fold.
Live today to fight tomorrow.
That
Yeah,
is one of
fair
the
play.
top 3 folds we've seen so far in 3 seasons.
I mean, yeah, he put himself in kind of a weird spot by 3-betting it, but at least it meant that he could get away from the hand once it got shoved on him.
You're a big better, right? I have to watch it on TV. I think the worst hand you can have is king suited.
Okay, I'm very full.
Maybe down to jack. Sorry,
Oh, Dender.
I have a good hand. I was glad to re-raise you. All right, folks, I'm all in.
Time to shove. Late position on the button. King Jack suited seems reasonable. Is that Liv Barry on the rail? It's not, right? It couldn't be.
Kind of looks like her. I see what
Did
you're
she
saying.
ever look that young?
I think it actually might be.
Raise and take it for Nicola. We got to see.
We do what we can with what we've got.
We gotta see if that's live.
No more, no less.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. Johnny. Jonesy.
Hashtag fake fun fact. Liv Marie was in fact at a Foo Fighters concert when she realized that the Dortmund EPT was on next door. A concert that was designed intentionally to release the Pretender single.
I think you're playing fast and loose with the word fun at this point.
What?
King Jack again.
Oh, I didn't see.
One spot further from the button. And through to the big blind. Heuvel, does he want to call it off?
Okay, have a peek.
Don't have a peek.
Is that an ace?
I started with a medium hand.
Ace 8 off.
Is that bad for you or for me?
Don't be.
Bad for you or bad for me?
Boy, ace 8, huh? You're beating a fair amount of hands he'd shove with.
How desperate are you?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16.
160. Quite desperate. Go all in. Too many chips.
Okay, then fold. No problem.
I think he exposed an ace and folded.
Shows the ace and folds.
Good fall, Andreas.
Gracias.
Okay, so Nicholas takes it down. Change of dealer, Dan.
All right, sure. Change the dealer. Fine. We'll wait. We'll just. Oh, that was fast.
Speedy dealers back then. What?
I fold with queen 10.
And you guys are choosing who's going to try it.
It's me.
It's you?
Yeah.
First. Good raise.
Okay, me first.
And Heuvel. Put in a raise this time, no limp.
Maybe there's an opportunity here, Joe. Maybe we should get the chat on Twitter to vote for their favorite character from each featured table, and then we can bring them all together to play like a 9-handed shootout or something like that.
Please pick players who are still alive.
I mean, we were talking about bringing some characters back. I wouldn't mind seeing Dender pull another one of those awesome Hollywoods.
He is just calling out of what appears to be a teeny tiny stack. But it wasn't uncommon for players to have 2 separate stacks back then. So maybe there's another stack I'm not noticing.
Raksha has a good
nice
title.
guys.
Hashtag retro reunion.
They're 2 nice guys.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but
No, you're not.
no,
nice.
yeah, he's a nice guy too.
Oh, we're flipping. Okay. And it's a queen on the flop. This could be the ender for Dender. Oh, we're not flipping. I don't know what we're talking about. Sorry. Now, I'm so confused. Just a call pre-flop. It looked like Dender put all of his chips in. I can see now he has a big stacks there still.
Dender seems to have bruised knuckles from the last time he was Hollywooding and punched the wall in frustration out of the man who should fold. Please fold. I'll punch the wall. Please fold.
Good fold.
Don't show, please.
Doesn't want to see it. Can't face the fact that he might have gotten bluffed.
And the button moves on to Eric.
This is Dender's game, says Jonesy.
I love it. I love it.
Would you have called an all-in 100,000?
The only
They're playing
poker player.
Orson Scott cards.
Just under the eights.
The only poker player to inspire both the hit record and best-selling book.
Okay, so button on Nicholas. Gunnar in the big blind.
Play on, players.
Andreas fold. And Tommy fold.
This player looks a lot like somebody that I know. It's pretty disturbing.
Pocket jacks for Eric Lindbergh. Levy's out. Christoph Steeler in the big blind.
You can't steal the Steeler.
Is that Livbury? I think it is.
I think it is. I really think it is.
All in.
Have to get James to confirm it.
I love that the graphics are exposed after the action takes place, just so there's no chance for us to anticipate what they're gonna do before they actually do it.
Gunnar folds. Eric announces call. We have a showdown here.
Steeler shoves. Lindbergh calls.
For Chris against pocket jacks for Eric.
Steeler with one overcard.
See the flop.
He's a 3-1 dog.
Flop comes 7, 9, 10. A pair of sevens for Chris. Still a pair of jacks for Eric.
A7 needs some help here. Still some opportunities, but that's a long shot.
Is an ace.
Oh, just like that. And that's why you don't steal from the Steeler.
Lindbergh not dead yet. Still can retake the lead on the river, but it doesn't. Double up Steeler.
116. Sorry, dude.
That's nice. Well, I'm sorry, dude. I know some people get real mad when folks do that. That doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me either. There was some discussion. You know, don't say you're sorry. You're not sorry. You're not sorry. Otherwise, you wouldn't be put. You know, all that kind of jazz. Nah, I think little apologies. You can be sorry. I think it's okay. I think you can be sorry to see somebody bust.
Yeah, you can be sorry that they got unlucky.
Sure.
And that's why the rules are the way they are. You can't give the chips back, so you can absolutely be sorry.
Sure. Very proud of the chat right now. We're so close. 1K claps. Hashtag 1K claps today.
I haven't seen on my cards. If you only call, I check.
I can't.
You can't.
No, but
You double it.
I don't know.
Okay, Gunnar raises.
Good spot for Liv Bree, though. It really does look like her.
Action on Heuvold. These two, once again, forced to tangle. Gunnar Rabe. Gunnar Rabe versus the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Jack Trey against Queen 8.
From the original Fantasia.
Yeah. Flush draw for Heuvold. Queen High is the best hand at the moment. Heuvold, the statistical favorite. Check, check to the turn.
Wow, interesting. I mean, I don't think these days anyone would miss an opportunity to bet with the flush draw there on the ace high board. It seems like a pretty opportune time. And still checking. Does this man not want to win the pot?
Both players whiff until the river, at which point Heuvold makes his flush. It looks like Rabe is going to do some of the work for him. That's 50,000 into a pot of 70. Heuvold not with the nuts. Seems like a pretty easy just call spot. But Heuvold's gonna raise another 70,000 on top, so raise to 120. And the only question is, how long is Rabe gonna sit here and pretend to think about it before he folds? That is the only question.
While we're waiting on the Hollywood, we're coming up to 1K claps. Raksha, could you please send me the username that gets the 1,000th clap, and I'll do something nice for that person,
If you want to take all my money.
depending on their status and their geographical location.
I haven't even had my first clap, and somebody's had 1,000 of them. Gross.
Thank you, Raksha. Oh, they're coming now, aren't they? All those lurkers really come out. Who got it? Who even gets it? Okay, it looks like the last registered one was Chaos Knight. He was 999. Clap, 1K confirmed.
Azat?
Who got it? Azat. And I'm pretty sure Azat is actually a regular on my channel. 1K times. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Azat. Get in touch with me, buddy. I'll do something nice for you.
Raksha, keep track of whoever gets the 1 millionth clap.
And Joe will do something really nice.
I'm gonna send them $100.
But yeah, Azat, in the event that you are actually in a PokerStars territory, I'll do something pokery related for you, etc. If you're on Stars, of course, etc. And if not, we'll figure out something else. Congratulations.
That guy we said was the private eye is sitting next to Liv right now. Levy all in, Queen, Jack of Diamonds. Not so many big blinds.
Knowing you, this sounds like it's quite a bad hand.
We fold. I fold.
Oh, I'm all in, I'm all in, I'm all in.
I would like to see it. I would like. He
I
saw
can't
it.
use the information.
No one should be showing their cards to anyone at this point, for the record.
No, of course not.
Whether he's all in or not.
Very, very, very rude. No problem.
Let's not do that.
Why have you been?
He was all in. I would never do it if not. Sorry. Okay.
If you're somebody who's going to be clever at a poker table and expose cards and all that jazz, you better make sure you're not doing it while the hand is still in play. You know what I'm saying?
You want to bet?
What's he? Come on. I wish we knew what hands these guys were hemming and hawing about. It looks like Dender is covered. So this would be
Okay,
for
I'll
his
survive.
tournament life.
Yeah, you will survive, exactly.
I will survive, I know this much.
Can you sing it? But I will not, but I can sing it. I will.
Dender has
it's been a good
threes.
game.
Apparently I missed that. Thank you.
That's it. Stand up. You do all your best work when you're standing, Dender.
Okay, all in.
He makes the call, and we are flipping.
Queen Jack of Diamonds for Nicholas versus...
Versus the... No.
This is why I'm hot versus Crank That Soldier Boy. One of these two things from 2007 has a slight mathematical advantage. Dender, well, I don't know how we're going to get him to come back, but he hits the 3. Clubs aren't a factor.
Is he allowed to leave the room?
Ace
Oh.
on the turn. Hope for Levy, but somebody's going to have to go get Tommy Dender. No, they're not.
Keep walking,
Oh,
Mr.
Tommy.
Dender. Keep walking.
Don't come back.
And
Got
Mr.
him.
Dender, Mr. Dender was never seen again.
He is still walking. He is halfway to Beijing 13 years later.
Thank you very much to OP Poker for the rate of 68. James, I hope your session went well, buddy. OP Poker is, of course, my project, guys. We have a very active Twitch community and Discord, so go and check us out.
Thank you, James and OP Poker. Oh, Dender's back. He's Helmuthing it. The curtain call. He did put on quite a performance. I have no problem with taking a bow.
Yo, Alex Bleffer, how's it going, buddy?
Christoph Steeler gets mad respect at the table. Let's see how this raise fares with King Queen. Over to Levy. Folds. So yeah, another steal for Steeler.
Oh man, good shout in the chat. Agent 47 from the Hitman series. That is a fantastic shout. Nice one.
Me and my girlfriend are on a real Timothy Oliphant kick.
Oh yeah?
He plays Agent 47 in the movie.
Yeah. What did you actually think of the film? Because I mean, it's obviously a very well-respected game series.
I haven't seen it, but there's a funny article where he talks about the fact that he only did that movie because Deadwood got canceled and he didn't know how he was going to pay for his house.
I love stories like that. I love stories like that.
Folds to Levy on the button.
Raise 50,000.
Not much Steeler can do here. Ooh, Levy going for the steal. Opening very wide now with Jack Trey. And it looks like he is going to go toe-to-toe with Gunnar.
Is it how much you have?
You want the count?
Approximately.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
Levy very confidently counting out his stack.
15.5 more. 155.
Trying to exude some strength with the announcement of how many chips he's got.
How many entrants were actually in this leg from the start?
1 second. I have that information. 493.
Okay.
James sent it to me in chat, but I just had to pretend like I looked it up on my own.
All right, Jack 3 picking up a pair, which makes him the 76% favorite. King 10 checking back as well. No help with the 9 of hearts.
No help at all.
I guess King 10 at this point might decide to start firing.
The last 5 gonna make a difference.
I love it. I love it.
Levy's still trying to look strong. Now facing a bet of 65,000.
The last 5 makes a difference.
And Rabe gets the fold from him.
Yeah.
Fairly well played hand there.
I think that was a pretty classic Mike Caro live tells, chapter 4, whatever it was, people who put in the last word just before someone makes an action, just trying to forestall or trying to interrupt their thought process tends to be weak.
So at this point,
all right,
13 players remain. And it is one of those situations where we're going to fast forward the action, not us, but it's what happened with the TV production at the time, and pick up with the final 8 at the final table. You'll be thrilled to know that Gunnar Rabe is at the final table, Joe. I can tell that he's a personal favourite of yours. Other players who we've come to know and love, like Nicolas Levy and Andreas Heuveldt, also at that final table. And yes, as we just recapped there, 493 entries, and I think that when you consider that the EPT in its 3rd season is drawing around 350, 400 players per event, and for the first time at this new destination gets close to 500 players, I think it shows that not only the reputation of the tour is growing, but also the German market is starting to emerge. And that's clearly something that we're going to see in later seasons as well. I think certainly through the latter end of Season 4, and certainly by the time we get into Season 5, we've had the dominance of the Scandies stand by for the dominance of the Germans. But yes, 493 have become 8. Total prize pool was 2.3 million euros. Everyone at the final table guaranteed 60k. Up top, a first prize of 672,000 euros. Let's get straight to it. Let's get to the final table of the first ever German EPT. The first ever EPT in Dortmund. Blinds 10,000, 20,000 with a 2k ante.
Yeah, I didn't elaborate I didn't follow up on the question, but part of the reason I was asking was I was assuming a number a lot smaller than that. So it really is amazing to hear that at this stage we were still getting 500 plus runners.
Yeah.
Really, really amazing.
Here is the people's favourite, Gunnar Rabe, limping with 7s.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the seasons where they actually tell us what they have before they make their action. That's part of the fun, is sweating the action, right?
Yeah.
So people like me can predict what people are going to do before they do the opposite.
It's a weird one, and I think that hand with that closed out the previous episode, the big hand between Nicolas Levy and Tommy Dender, was a prime example of that, where it's blink and you'll miss it. Dender looks at the 3s on the whole card camera, but because the graphics don't animate, if you missed that split-second shot, you've got this long tank and you've no idea what he's actually thinking with.
Yeah, and there's no way to follow. If it was on Twitch chat, somebody else would tell you or would go into a clip or something like that, but otherwise you'd miss it. I mean, it works both ways. It cuts both ways, though, right? So, we want to see what the hand was. So, for a reference, we want to see what the hand is so we can see what he's sweating and what he's thinking, and we can go through our own process. But also, not knowing is kind of fun too, because I'm sure if the expose was a little bit longer, you'd be there on the edge of your seat waiting to see if he called and also what he called with.
But we said this last week, Nick, this journey back into the archives is partly an evolution of the game, but also an evolution of how the game was televised.
Yeah, absolutely.
So action back on Rabe, and he's going to call the raise. Now on Heuveldt, who also limped before Levy decided to pop it up.
Pop it up. We certainly do get this question quite a lot in these seasons. How much do you have? And I think at that point it was definitely a speech play. There was quite a lot of speech play element to that. I remember there was quite a lot of sort of poker related comedy, on YouTube and stuff, where they were, how much do you have? No, and then I looked at him and I said, wait, how much do you have? This sort of back and forth.
Well, this is curious. Heuveldt all in. And Rabe calls it off.
This is actually scarily a lot like the moment I was telling you about earlier in Copenhagen, where I just decided I was getting it in, and it looked a lot like this.
Rabe, a 2-1 favorite to double up through Heuvold.
It's looking pretty safe right now.
Yeah. Just has to fade an 8 on the river. No 8s, and it's a double up for Rabe. I know that it's customary to have the dropped plates, mugs, cups, glasses at every place we go on the EPT, but I don't know whether you've noticed the sheer volume of smashed kitchenware.
Was there a Greek restaurant next door where they... I mean, I was going to say, you know, in Prague we have the squeak.
Yes, embrace the squeak.
In Dortmund we have the plates, famously known for their plate-breaking ceremonies. And on that note, I do need to apologize to Mr. James Hart again for the hashtag fun fact, in fact, not being facts.
You got to know your hashtag fun facts from your hashtag fake facts. We saw a young Sebastian Ruthenberg there, who's also made it to this final table. Ah, Thomas Fougeron.
Our old friend.
Still looking utterly stressed, even though he's now at the final table and is guaranteed at least 60K.
I mean, if there's one thing that we've persistently seen to at least just like the last two EPTs, the nervous people seem to do really, really well. They seem to go deep, good or bad play. And, you know, it's like they always say, perhaps tight is, in fact, right.
Well, this is all Rabe, pair and a flush draw.
God, pair and a flush draw, you love to see it.
What? Why is Fougeron all in? Sorry, I genuinely don't understand what he's doing.
He's repping an ace, and he's doing it hard.
And Rabe has it right. You don't have an ace, I call.
That's a pretty good spot. 91% on the turn. That's what you like to see for the graph.
Yeah, getting it in with 9% equity is not advisable. Wasn't in 2007, still isn't in 2020. And it's the club for the needle, I guess. The flush for Rabe, the elimination of Thomas Fougeron, first man out from the final table, 60,300 euros. Not going to understand that punt, but I have to be honest with you, if we think about what we've seen in the last few weeks, not the biggest or worst punt we've witnessed during these early seasons of the EPT.
Yep. I mean, it's a spot where a bet would have done just fine. That would have been just as effective. Meanwhile, on the next table,
players remaining. King Queen for Nicolas Levy. And reasonably short stacked, he is going to move all in.
Seems reasonable.
Pocket 8s here for Cristiano Blanco.
How much is it?
So we could be off to the races here. However, Gunnar Rabe might have other ideas. Ace King.
At this stage, I think it's just going to be an all-in.
216. 16.
Just to be clear, Blanco just called Levy's shove, and there is now the opportunity for Gunnar Rabe to reshove, which he does. Heuvold is out. So back around to Blanco, who's not looking.
No, me la volevo, I wanted to play just with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting interesting example of how being the last person to raise and or bet is almost always where you want to live, because you put so much pressure on the people who have previously not declared their hand strong enough to gamble with.
So with the eights folding, it's ace queen versus king queen.
We can do it.
Ace king way ahead. Not looking good for Levy, who is the at-risk player here. Clubs, who's got a club? Rabe, of course.
So great flop for ace king with the ace of clubs. 92% on the flop this time. And it has to be the bare 10. There's only 3 left because the 10 of clubs does not give him the best hand.
Queen of hearts, too little, too late. Nicolas Levy out in 7th place, cashing for 85,700 euros.
That was a pretty good performance by him.
Kind of Rabe's hands shaking as he rakes in those chips. Where is he on the leaderboard now? Out in front, 1.7 million. Ahead of Cristiano Blanco, who's the other player at the final table with a 7-figure stack. Then it's Ruthenberg and Rasmussen. The shortest stacks at the final table, Eric Lindberg with 412k. The short stack right now is Andreas Heuvold. Blinds 15,000, 30,000 with a 3k ante.
I think my hands would be shaking as well, to be fair, after a pot like that at this stage of the EPT.
Heuvold raising with king queen.
Sebastian raises to 77,000.
He's 4 off, going in the bin as it should.
Ace, deuce of spades.
Call.
So Blanco calls Heuvold's raise. The flop is wheelie, 5-5-4.
It's wheelie good for ace deuce. Okay, Heuvold to act first.
Brown, 90,000.
And a call. Seems reasonable.
Heuvold pairs his queen on the turn, takes the lead. Action goes check, check. 8 on the river, so the board has bricked out for Blanco.
I predict he's going to bet 167,000.
Okay. It's an interestingly not round number. Instead he goes small. 100k.
And at this stage, probably don't want to raise just in case he has a 5, so you're probably just flatting.
Because I have to call you.
HTC have to call. Good call. Just to be clear, that was not an over-celebration from Andreas Heuvel. That was his rail making that noise.
Easy call. I wanted him to bluff in the end. So.
Okay, get it quietly, pal.
Wow, these angles, James. Oh, a little bit of pan there. Okay.
Oh yeah, we got the jib here inside the casino.
I was gonna say.
Blanco back in action.
All right, pocket six is 30K. Let's go.
Interesting to see the min raise employed here, which is not standard at all.
Very good hand, or is it a hand?
It's my first time, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if at this stage we were seeing people using a mix of raise sizes, an unbalanced betting pattern, and probably the min raise in this situation was less to do with him employing some sort of GTO strategy and more to do with the fact he really wants to see a flop for cheap. And in his estimation, the min raise is the best way to try and accomplish that.
Well,
although limping seems pretty prolific here as well. So,
good point. This is not going to be a cheap flop because you're going to have to pay everything that Lindberg's got. Eric's all in for 325K.
So the prediction here is, if my read is correct, then the sixes are probably looking for a reason to fold. So my read is that Blanco will actually fold here because he doesn't want to get married to the sixes.
And then he realizes that he's already invested 60K and he has to call. HTC syndrome.
At which point he realizes he has a feeling and he has to call. I have a pair, he states.
Yep. No, it isn't too big.
It's not too big. There you go. Now that is how you do it right there. Lindbergh had it right from the start. Give him the Lindbergh.
I call.
Has to call.
Good call.
So we're off to the races. Sixes flipping against King Jack, and it's Lindbergh, the player with the overcards, who's at risk here.
Just like something else comparable from 2007, one of these hands has a slight statistical advantage.
Ace, 9-5, all spades. So six is holding, but look at the percentages. Lindbergh, the statistical favorite, with 2 live cards plus the flush draw working for him. Well, that's a brick. Blanco, now a 2-1 favorite. King, Jack, or spade needed. It's the 3 of hearts, the brickiest of bricks. And that will see Eric Lindbergh dispatched in 6th place, cashing out for 109,000 euros. Not bad. 6-figure score. His chips go to Cristiano Blanco.
A brick indeed.
And then there were 5.
These boys in search of a different kind of brick, bricks of cash, as they make their way down to first place.
And we're still at that stage where we have the suitcase full of what is no doubt fake money. The comedy checks have not made their first appearance on the EPT yet.
Without a doubt. That would be some pretty cool EPT memorabilia, you know, like just one big fake check.
I'm pretty sure there was one event, and it's probably coming up quite soon actually, where they had the suitcase full of money. And I imagine it's like most people do, Nick. It's where the bills on top are real and then you just pad it out with like bits of paper. They had the suitcase of money, and then the winner got presented with the giant comedy check. And it's like, well, who gets the suitcase full of money? Are you paying first prize twice?
I would definitely pay good money for a fake suitcase of money. I think that would be a pretty cool object to have.
So the King 8 versus the Queen 4. Blanco with the gut shot, Rabe with the pair of queens. It's Blanco betting.
I actually asked Joe earlier if he had a bunch of EPT related merch. He said no. Do you have a lot of EPT / Poker Stars related tour merch?
I have a fair few items from the early seasons. Not that much, but enough, which I keep in my kind of memorabilia closet.
Well, that was my next question. Is there anything in particular that you actually have a real love for that you can never part with, or is it just sort of stuff that you've collected over time?
There's a few bits and pieces. Do you know what? I haven't looked recently. I still have like the zip-up fleece that we saw Magnus Petersen wearing at the Copenhagen final table from the early seasons of the EPT.
Awesome.
I still have like playing cards with the old logo on.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff, like the backpacks, for example, I just wore out. You know, I used them for a while and then they fell apart.
Yeah, I mean the backpacks from Prague this past Prague are actually really sweet, pretty functional little pieces. Narrowly missed out on a goodie bag in PSPC, as we had so many Platinum Pass winners. They actually ran out pretty quick.
Yeah, okay, this is the point where I big time you and tell you that I have one and I'm still using it as my backpack.
Oh, just kick a man while he's down.
I am the Magnus Petersen to your Elke.
Yeah, in attendance of PSPC, but you'd never know from my closet.
Blanco tortured here. I don't really know what there is to think about. Okay, you got the gut shot, but in the face of aggression from Rabe, just fold.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some showboating here. A little bit of Hollywood. He shows him a pair of queens. He's the kind of guy that wants you to know that when he bets, he has a hand.
I don't need Gunnar Rabe to show me his cards to tell me that he has a hand when he's betting.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a pattern that I see in a lot of live players, even today. People who realize that they can win pots at non-showdown really like to win pots at non-showdown, and they want to show you that when they're betting, they have the best hand. They never bluff, and they're always giving you the honest opinion.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just really funny when they when you realize that they didn't show their hand for the 5th time.
Two quick
you
things.
Have to wonder what they have.
Blinds are up to 2040, and I love this comment from Raksha. Oh, you didn't get a goodie bag from the Bahamas, Nick. Feels bad,
That's
man.
right. That's actually.
So just to be clear, a free trip to the Bahamas is someone's +1, Nick. Did you play the PSPC?
No, I did not.
Were you working at the PSPC?
At that point, I was actually technically a PokerStars ambassador.
Right.
But at that time, I was the Power Up ambassador.
And so you were working really hard during your time there, right? I mean,
I was working extremely hard.
Yeah.
You know, I was acting as counsel and confidant to a Platinum Pass winner who has a striking story that you guys will see at some stage. But no. And and honestly, I'm not sure where you're going with this, James.
I'm just saying that when you said, oh, I didn't get a backpack because there were so many Platinum Pass winners, I had to save them for them, you didn't even play the event. You weren't even working the event. You were there on a jolly, and you're complaining about not getting a free swag bag.
Let's just say I narrowly avoided actually playing the event.
Okay, so Jakob Rasmussen is all in, and he's going to get cold here. Heuvold way ahead with kings.
It wasn't him. It was him that folded when he said raise.
Andreas has 2 kings.
He is right to say, though, it is not over until it is over. There is still a board to be run out here.
The flop is 7 of spades, 10 of hearts, 3 of diamonds.
Not looking good for Rasmussen.
Yeah, the 10 is helpful here for backdoors, but otherwise it's looking pretty grim. No sweat.
No backdoor, no sweat. Jakob Rasmussen out in 5th place. Cashes for 139,000 euros. The jack, the needle. And Heuvold wins another pot.
The Growler Poker, first of all, shout out to a fantastic community member. Second of all, I concur. OP Poker Nick should have a lifetime platinum pass. Absolutely deserved. I mean, probably actually James Hardigan should have a lifetime platinum pass. I'm sure he's declined many because he knows that his he has to do his duty behind the mic.
Do you know what? All I want, Nick, is the opportunity to decline one.
Nine 7 suited, a very pretty hand.
Blanco calls. Pocket kings for Rabe.
That's a lot prettier.
So he's going to raise from the big blind. Blanco calls, and these two go heads up to the flop.
Ooh,
9 high.
This spells disaster unless he can find another 9 here. A tray would pretty much put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. A bet of 80,000, and one can't help but feel that if Blanco calls or raises here, that these are just chips going into the abyss. 9% equity. Yeah, he's decided to check raise. Verify the bet, big horse.
Verify that bet. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pattern that you see in sort of in beginning intermediate players almost always is this kind of idea that like I'm gonna raise to see where I'm at, right? Or I'm gonna raise to protect my hand. They both kind of go hand in hand. That same concept. He makes the call. It's a great spot when you're getting check raised here. You're feeling pretty good about life with kings.
Well,
oh, but the ace is a kill card for your action with those kings.
Yeah.
Or is it? Blanco's reaching for chips.
Just like snap calls.
Yep.
Blanco, stop. No more. Conserve chips.
This is he limp called.
I mean, the way he got called so quickly on the turn, he has to wave the white flag of surrender on the river.
It's really interesting you say that as well, James, because I was about to say this is one of those classic spots where the guy's going, I'm calling so fast. Do not bluff this river. I'm calling so fast. There's nothing more for you to do. If you bet this river, you better have the hand. And this is in line with what we've been seeing from this player so far.
Look at that, Gunnar Rabe up over 2 million. He's the chip leader. Andreas Heuveld's worked his way up to second with 1.3 million. Blanco also has more than a milli. Sebastian Ruthenberg is the shortest stack at the table with 522k. Blinds now 25,000, 50,000 with a 5k ante. King Queen for Heuveld.
So over time, having seen so much poker throughout the ages, James, do you feel as though your exposure to these sorts of this sort of content has made you a better poker player?
Yeah, I think over the years, and particularly from the live streams, and particularly from, I'd say, 2012 onwards, you can't help but absorb something through osmosis. Ruthenberg all in with jacks, and if Hoivo calls here, we're going to be off to the races again.
392.
Poker jacks?
Wow, solid read.
Is that forward motion? Do you have pocket jacks? I think it was less of a read and more of a hope that he would have a flipping situation with the king queen.
Yeah, we do see people tend to put their opponents on hands that they want them to have.
Yeah. I once had queen nine suited, and I really, really wanted them to have complete hair. They had aces. They had aces.
I will not have you detract from Hoivold's genius here.
The rest of them I have to call. I would like if you had ace jack suited.
Wouldn't you prefer if he had jacks?
Wouldn't you prefer if he had like queen five?
Yeah, why would you prefer he has ace jack suited?
He makes the call.
If you're gonna
HTC.
If you're gonna pick hands out of the air, pick a hand you can beat.
Yeah.
So like Zodiac versus Michael Clayton, here we go.
Bet you wish he doesn't have ace jack now.
Kings and queens still live for Hoivold. Diamonds now a factor as well. Fair few cards for Ruthenberg to fade on the river. 10 of clubs though. Sees Ruthenberg's jacks hold. He'll double up through Hoivold.
Nick, OP Nick, there's some very interesting poker trivia from the movie Michael Clayton released in 2007. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't.
Let's see if anybody from chat gets it.
We got kings here for Blanco.
I had kings once.
Did ace nine beat them?
You can beat me to it again.
So it's a raise of 90,000. Sixes for Gunnar Rabe.
Looks like nobody in the chat has a guess. What's that poker trivia, Joe?
Man, I was going to give away a copy of Martin Harris's book, Poker and Pop Culture.
Oh.
To whoever got the poker trivia from Michael Clayton.
Watch the wild guesses start falling in now.
Look to windward is halfway there.
So back on Blanco, who moves all in, and Rabe now finds himself in a spot he doesn't want to be in.
Cool? No, I want to come.
1, 2, 800, 8,000.
Put in 200.
And again, the ambiguous hand signals almost get the better of Blanco, with he waves his hand forward. The dealer reads that as an I'm putting all my chips in and calling. Actually, that he meant I want to know what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is unintentional, but I think the dealer is probably right to call it at some point. I mean, we're seeing a lot of this, like people picking up stacks and pushing them forward and stacking them up before they make a decision, and it's really ambiguous. And there's definitely an edge to be had there if you do it just right.
Remember, guys, folding was weak. Folding meant you automatically lose. Folding meant you got outplayed.
You guys, hashtag fun fact.
I was afraid
If you
of
fold,
that.
you
That's the
can't
desperate
win.
move.
That is a fun fact.
This is not the hand to call with.
Correct. And then there was the nagging doubt that you'd folded the winner and your opponent would just turn to you and say, "You'll see it on TV."
Robbie is thinking of calling here. He definitely has a screw loose. And a bolt and a washer.
Correctly folds the sixes. And
Going
we
back to the bolt and the nut. Wait, is there an English terminology for bolts and nuts and bolts?
Yes, they're called nuts and bolts.
Okay.
They're not called scazzies and wampies?
Wampies and squibblers.
All right, I'll give a hint on the trivia from Michael Clayton. I'm looking for a very well-connected person in poker who's playing in the underground poker scene in Michael Clayton.
Oh.
He has been a guest on the Poker in the Years podcast. And whoever gets the answer first will get sent a book, Poker and Pop Culture, which we will be discussing on the podcast, Poker in the Years, in just a couple weeks.
I only saw Michael Clayton once when it first came out. I remember liking it a lot, but I remember very little about it, and I had no recollection of a poker scene in it.
2007 is a really good year for movies.
That is true.
You have Michael Clayton and Zodiac in the same year.
Hey, don't forget Michael Bay's Transformers.
I'm a huge Transformers fan.
That was not me being sarcastic. The first one was genuinely a really good action movie.
Yeah.
The rest suck.
Was there a Bond film that year, James?
2007. No.
I don't think so.
It was an in-between year. Casino
06
Royale
was
Casino Royale was 06. Quantum of Solace was 08.
Are you looking forward to the release of the next one to come? What is it called again?
No Time to Die.
You looking forward to it?
I am, very much.
It looks pretty good. The trailer looked pretty wicked.
So this is pocket 8 against Queen 10, and we can see that Rabe has paired his 10.
Uncle Jonesy, by the way, got the question right. Brian Koppelman is in the poker scene.
Huh.
Michael Clayton.
I did not know that. That's a good hashtag fun fact.
And so, Uncle Jonesy, whisper me your address if you want me to send you poker and pop culture.
Somebody guess Antonio Esfandiari. Have you guys ever had Antonio on the podcast?
Nope.
We have not.
You never had the magician, huh?
It's a magic-free zone. Okay, this is getting tasty. Nearly $1 million in the middle. It's an 8 on the turn. Ruthenberg with a lock on this now. And this is one of those situations where, again, I can see Rabe convincing himself my opponent does not have an ace. He is right. It's worse than that for him.
This is how you win a poker tournament, my babies. Gunnar going for it. Two big old stacks of peach.
Ruthenberg with the deep swallow there.
Okay.
Action killer?
Yeah. No. Rabe decides to bluff, question mark?
Oh, wow, and Rutenberg calls him, snap calls him, does not have enough chips left behind to fold. Decides he's put way too many chips in the middle. HTC, half the call, and his set of eights is good. Whoops.
What a moment. Geilespiel comes from the rail.
I wonder how many times you're good there when that happens, though.
Those are the payouts for the top three. That is the face of Sebastian Ruthenberg, who has just doubled up.
James, as someone who is more of a producer than I am, when you get a shot like that, is that a camera person taking it upon themselves, or does the director say or producer say, hey, get a shot of the payouts and come on out and get him reacting as you do it?
It could be from column A or column B. A good director is always going to be looking for opportunities and for shots that he wants the camera guys to get, and good camera operators are also going to be looking for opportunities to get shots like that.
So they're allowed to do that as long as they're good at it?
Providing that they're not needed to do something else. I mean, I think the honest answer to the question is the direction should come from the director. You can't really have camera guys going rogue and looking for shots, especially if those shots are not of the action at the table.
Okay, yeah, that's more what I was assuming.
Well, unless you're in a situation where the director sees like 5 feeds and he picks the one he likes, right?
Or you've got a situation where, and bear in mind he wasn't working on the EPT at this point, where you've got 3-time Aussie Cameraman of the Year, Bruce Baggles, working on a production, who is somehow able to follow the action, give the director the shots they need, and also seek out those amazing arty moments. You know, when you're shooting 15 episodes of Neighbours a week, you really hone your skills.
Yeah.
It's like being in the military, but for camera things.
Bruce Baggles is a hell of a name.
Just wait till you hear the Bruce Baggles story. Comes from tragic beginnings.
Heuvel with the gut shot. Blanco with top pair. Okay.
Sorry, it took me a second to register what even happened there.
Blanco bet his ace, but Heuvel decides to semi-bluff for everything he's got.
Yeah,
Good point, spiked. It is a double gutter.
It is indeed. I like the play here. You got really good equity no matter what, really. You're gonna have some equity no matter what.
I guess you have the ace. Kicker 10?
I actually don't mind this speech play. This is probably the first time we've seen speech play that I think actually will have the desired effect here. The addition of him saying kicker 10 is interesting because he's instilling the idea that he might have kicker problems into the mind of the player with top pair who might otherwise just call because he always has top pair. But then, of course, we have to account for HTC syndrome.
Not on this occasion. Blanco lets it go, shows his hand as he folds. Heuvel does not show his Jack 10.
A little bit of mind control there.
$30,000, 60,000 blinds, 6K ante. 7-6 of diamonds for Sebastian Ruthenberg. He folds. 8-4 off for Blanco. Looks at it again, hasn't changed, still rubbish, throw it away. Deuces. Rumour is they don't lose. And Rabe moves all in.
What you have? You want to call? I looked at one card.
He's not lying.
I call. Okay.
Heuvold has only looked at an ace.
You should get a bonus or something if you call with only look at one card.
What's the other one?
The deuce. Someone on his rail really wants him to have aces.
Ace 9.
That was so anticlimactic.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not ace deuce, you're pretty happy.
Good boy.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the counterfeit.
Just one more card that can counterfeit him.
The river card is the 9. And that will send Rabe to the rail in 4th place. Gunnar Rabe eliminated, cashing for 169,000 euros. And we are down to 3 players.
We got Heuvold, Blanco, and Rutenberg.
Correct. And right now, it's Ruthenberg who's the biggest stack with 2.3 million. Heuvold not far behind him. And then Cristiano Blanco, with just shy of 600k. The final table of the Dortmund leg of Season 3 of the European Poker Tour. This event played in the Spielbank Casino in Dortmund back in March of 2007. Tomorrow, we will bring you the Season 3 Grand Final from Monte Carlo. Heuvold with kings.
He's got all the momentum.
Thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. 20 gifted subs in this channel. Very kind. Thank you, Actrog.
Attention to all the people next to the TV table, please. There is no flash when you take pictures. Thank you very much. No flash.
No flash photography, please. No flash photography.
The feature table is lit up like Christmas. I don't know why you'd want the flash on at all.
A lot of people who take photos don't know what they're doing. And bear in
All I'm
mind,
saying is it's just poor photography, James.
yeah,
It's just
we're on the cusp of the smartphone becoming a thing. So very soon, literally everyone is going to have a camera in their phone. The iPhone is literally months away.
Oh wow! That's actually a really interesting thought. A time before smartphones. Can you even imagine it?
Well, hey, the Nokia N95 has been released. That had a really good camera.
3 megabytes.
Look, I had a Palm Pilot that could take videos up to 9 seconds long.
Wow. This is a pretty scary turn for Kings. He's looking for the gutter to the wheel, plus the spades, plus the ace. Heuvold's not messing around. That's the amount, 500k. Let's go.
Is Ruthie going to risk it with the flush draw?
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you do here?
Yes, he's moving all in. And bear in mind, these guys are the 2 huge stacks, right? Blanco is loving this confrontation.
Heuvold calls.
Blanco's going, I don't know what it's called, but this is really cool. What's happening here?
ICMFTW.
Yeah, this seems like a spot where the river almost always comes a Blanco.
ICMHTC. Or like ICMWTF.
It's a brick. And that is going to see Heuvold double up through Ruthenberg.
I think you have more. 200.
There can't be very much left.
Wow.
Oh boy. Maybe ICM was invented immediately after this.
So now we have a situation where Heuvold is Stax McNasty and the other two players have next to nothing.
Blanco's sitting there and he goes, that was really cool. We should give that a name.
And Ruthenberg, who is now the low man at the table, moves all in with ace-3. Blanco immediately calls with queen jack.
Interesting.
Nah.
What did he have there? I missed it.
5-9.
Dolly Parton. You got to call with Dolly.
I think you got to call. It's got a nickname you got to call with it. At least until 2010.
Yes.
He's raising though.
No, he's calling.
Oh, okay.
My money's on the 9-5.
I will allow it.
Blanco's sitting there going, I can totally buy an iPhone with this money.
Thank you, and good night.
Is he going to make this straight on top of it?
Blanco folds. Cards go on their back. Ruthenberg does have a straight draw. Looking for silver linings here.
Oh, yeah, 10%. That's pretty good, given...
I had to bet you.
No, I had nothing.
Yeah, that's because it's so well.
Blanco's just super jazzed about the ladder.
And it's a hell of a ladder, guys.
Yeah.
8 on the river does not help Ruthenberg. He's out in third. So just to be clear, Ruthenberg cashes for 220,000 euros. 380k for second. So assuming Blanco does finish second, he's just made an additional 160,000 euros, mainly by virtue of that flush draw versus king's hand.
I mean, we can just say that he has made at least another 160,000 euros.
And Blanco is also short now. He's all in, called by Heuvold. And Blanco has run 10-9 into queens.
Heuvold the door.
Later he went on to create a band, Heuvold and the Blowfish.
It's late. I'll let it go. And a set of queens for Heuvold.
Heuvold thought he had him dead, realized it's never that easy.
Yes, it helps you.
You'd love to see it. Now it is over.
Now it is over, and we have a winner in Dortmund. Andreas Heuvold, the first ever winner of a German EPT, the champion in Dortmund in season 3. 672,000 euros. Cristiano Blanco, the runner-up. Very fortunate to have laddered to second. 380,000 euros. This was the final table. Here's how they finished. Ruthenberg, unlucky to go out in third. Heuvold, the champion. Another Norwegian winner on the European Poker Tour. 672k, plus the all-important title and trophy. And here's how you know the money's not real. They're just throwing it around. I mean,
I want to know.
Imagine being in charge of that. It is real.
I
You're the guy
really,
that picked it
really,
all
really
up.
hope that that money wasn't real.
I want to be the guy that got paid to throw the money for the pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. So that concludes Dortmund. That concludes most of Season 3 of the EPT. And as I mentioned a short while ago, tomorrow we're going to see out the third season of the European Poker Tour with more retrospective analysis of old tournaments as we bring you the Season 3 Grand Final from Monte Carlo. Nick Walsh, thank you very much for being with us today.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys. I love it. See you next time.
Thank you, Nick. And tomorrow we'll be joined by GJ and Pi. Going to be on air at the same time as we were today. So that is 3:30 p.m. UK time, 4:30 p.m. Central European Summertime. Joseph, thank you as ever. We'll do this all again tomorrow. Until then, good night.